Hello, my friends. I hope everybody is doing well today. Thank you for being here. Today is Tuesday, Taco Tuesday, the 5th of December, 2023. Tell me what you had for dinner. If you didn't like what you had for dinner, tell me what you wish you had for dinner. I had tacos. La duh. Um, And make sure that you've clocked in for your shift by hitting the like button. Super duper helpful. So amazing. I appreciate it so much. Um, Thank you, Nancy. You're always so sweet, telling me how sweet or nice I look. I appreciate that. I'm trying a bit of a different angle and lighting setup here, but I'm also sitting down, which I don't like as much because, I like to bounce around constantly, but we'll be able to bounce enough. Salmon and rice Courtney's having. Dinner is to be determined, says Chris Angleby. You had French dip? Hey, we were just talking about this the other day. Were you here, Christy? Is that what reminded you of it? Hi, Gracie T. Thank you for being here. Um, Cellulite Yoga Pants. You had pork chop with orange cranberry sauce, green beans, and broccoli. Did you grow up liking broccoli? That's a good question. I think really what happens is, oh, thank you. Uh, what I think really happens with kids or people as they're growing up and trying different foods is it is so dependent on who's cooking. That's a real luck of the draw type of thing because you could hate something and then somebody else knows how to cook it properly, and all of a sudden your whole world has changed. So I do recall tasting the first good broccoli I've ever had. Same with mushrooms. What else? Brussels sprouts. Jonathan, you flew to Austin. How is it down in Texas? Um, Broccoli, I like it, but I'm just saying, like, the way that most vegetables were processed in my household growing up was to steam the shit out of them till they were so limp and dead looking that you were sure they were dead. And then uh, you ate it and you were happy. And if somebody added salt, wow, you might have been lucky. That would be the seasoning. And I don't think that's like shade thrown at Nana or my mom. It's just the way that they sort of were raised. Like Nana still likes, she's like, you cook so spicy. I'm like, Nana, I don't cook anything spicy. I add garlic to things. Garlic is not spicy. Um, but I feel like maybe the internet has helped us all a little bit because I don't, I think Food Network and the internet has helped us all because I watched a lot of Food Network when I was younger. And I also watched, and nowadays I watch a lot of YouTube. So if I want to know how to make something, garlic is a spice? Fuck. I thought it was a plant. Damn it. I'm rethinking all my life choices right now. Oh. Iowa, thank you so much for liking and listening. Actually, Iowa, Miss Iowa. Guys, somebody throw Iowa up in the chat, exclamation mark Iowa, so that if you're not already gone and checked her backyard critter cam out, that you can do so. But that also reminds me that we have a little bit of a mission on our hands, guys. Another channel that is linked, but Jonathan, I don't think has a command yet, unless I'm mistaken, and we need to rectify that, would be for the Troyalty podcast, Crass, made famous via Mikey in a way. So they are working to get to their monetization threshold. And I know that we can get that happening. So I do want you to go subscribe. What I really actually want you to do is go watch the videos. I know I'm asking a lot. but I am going to go ahead and ask you to do that because it is so important for that to happen. Anyways, thank you guys all for being here. Let's get us all started. We are going to be watching different hearings. Miss Erica Thorpe, thank you for being here. They are so fun to watch, right? That's the thing. I honestly think that if you go watch the Royalty podcast, you will enjoy it as well. They review, um, they do an Academy Awards where they do movies. They look at a lot of fun things on the internet. And then Chris is actually a really talented, I don't know what to call it, like he makes better, YouTube videos than I ever could. So it's well worth a watch. He puts them together really nicely, and they are super nice guys. So go over and check it out. Honestly, one of their shorts, Erica, the one about, God, the one about Matt who went on vacation, and then so Matt is on the Royalty podcast, and he is the gay friend of Chris, who is also on the podcast, and who claims not to be gay. No, is not gay. And so it was some snippet of an episode where he was trying to see if Matt got any while he was on his trip, but he didn't know how to ask it in a not straight guy way. And it literally, I rewatched and rewatched and rewatched, and it was hilarious. Anyways, a reminder, please go and check out the Royalty podcast because they are working really hard to get to that hours threshold so we can help them out by putting on a playlist or watching them later on. It really, really helps. I really appreciate you guys doing that. And honestly, you're going to laugh. Seriously, you're going to laugh. So without further ado, I am going to be presenting to us tonight um, at least one hearing, possibly more. We're starting out actually at the end of the docket that we're going to be watching, but I did that on purpose because the other two cases that are at the beginning of the docket and all the way through are juggling back and forth. It's reminiscent in a way of a Judge Manning hearing, the way that this judge is able to bounce between the different hearings without the flair and fun of Judge Manning. I would say that. It's a 5-hour docket. We're not watching the whole thing tonight, but just to let you know, that is why we are I'm going through it. I went through it already because it's 5 hours. And they went till almost midnight last night, I believe. This is going to be in Georgia, not Clayton County, Fulton County. It's in DeKalb County, Georgia. And these are civilian warrant applications. So, as a reminder, a civilian, and this is actually the main reason that I wanted to start with the shorter hearing that we get in its entirety. It's not Fulton County, no, it is DeKalb County, Tin Man. But basically, I am civilian warrant applications are a unique legal process to the state of Georgia. And so, for example, in most jurisdictions, when a crime is committed, the police or the prosecutor's office are the charging office, or the plaintiff, if you will, that's coming forth and making this allegation and having to prove it. In most states, it is not possible for you to go down to the courthouse and say, this person did this to me and I want them arrested. They usually redirect you to the police for the police to do an investigation and to follow those normal channels where the police use their investigative skills to determine if charges should be laid or not, if the threshold has been met. Or in conjunction with the office of the prosecutor deciding whether or not to proceed with charges. In Georgia, there is a slight workaround for that. So that is what these hearings are and what we're going to be watching. They're called civilian warrant applications. So just as it implies, these are civilians who are bringing forth an application for a warrant of arrest. What's unique about this process is that it is unusual for that process to start in uh, with a civil person bringing it forth themselves. And so you can imagine you're thinking about taking somebody's liberty away. You're going to arrest them. So the threshold and standard is what the police would follow. So these are unique cases, but you are able to bring this forth as a civil matter. Once there is a finding of, yes, there is an arrestable offense here, it becomes something that you are now entitled to a lawyer. Prior to that, you're not entitled to a free lawyer, but you can bring a lawyer if you want, but you're not entitled to have one for free. And so that makes these hearings somewhat unique. The other thing about this is that most of the time, in my experience, when we listen to these hearings, most people already called the police. They had the police there dealing with it. And then they have basically declined to prosecute, but the person feels so strongly about it that they've gone and looked for another process in which to bring these claims forth. These are magistrate judges, and she operates in the evening time. Her name is Judge Neal. She is a no-nonsense lady. I have made videos of her before where she's like told people to shut up, basically. And then when they don't, she's like, you're speaking over me. Do you understand that? Like, she's got the most deadpan fucking delivery on stuff that I really enjoy it. Please keep in mind that this lady went to 5 hours yesterday, but we'll see. Like I said, this one that's coming up is very unique because these are strangers that were involved in a car accident, and the woman is now bringing this civilian warrant application forth. So, like I said, without further ado, thank you for being here. Make sure that you've clocked in for your shift by hitting the like button. Oh, I don't want to celebrate just yet because we may possibly be around 700, but we will see. And so thank you if you were in the 700 club. Uh, I was going to go look actually, but instead what I'll do is get it playing and then I will look. Boop-a-doop-a-doo. Also, are we less choppy today? Like, I feel noticeably less choppy. That was smooth. 701, yay! That's so exciting. Um, seriously, you guys. So thank you so much for all of your support. It is indeed humbling to have 700 people subscribe to my YouTube channel. Seriously, craziness. Okay, so we're gonna get started. The people and that's funny. I was talking to another creator earlier, and they were mentioning how this judge is always in the bottom corner of her screen, just like her head poking out. And you know what? Judge Dude is sort of like that too. Like, is that a sort of judge defense posturing? Maybe. Just wonder if that's like what it is. Defense posturing as a judge, like, oh, this is my least sort of offensive way to be involved in it or something. I don't even know. But she is right here, right there. So let me just connect my headphones, make sure that we're all set and ready to go. Mikey, what'd you have for dinner? Did you tell us? I'd love to hear about it. I had tacos. Did you have tacos? Pretty standard taco. Dang. Okay, she's just putting people in the waiting room. I removed something that I might need. I don't know if I need. I don't know. I just deleted something I don't know what I deleted. Mm. Focus on the problem at hand, which is changing the audio source, not in Streamlabs, on the computer. Right now, on the computer, it's going through the TV, but you want it through your headphones, so put it on your headphones and then hit play.
Okay, so now that he's in the waiting room, we'll go ahead and get started. This is going to be, let's see, as far as what is going to be allowed to be spoken about is only going to be regarding what was alleged in the warrant. Excuse me, give me one moment to pull that up. For this particular case, what I have alleged is that on September 4th of 2023, at around 12:50 p.m., that the crime of simple assault and pointing a gun at another occurred. This occurred whenever Mr. Gates allegedly pointed a gun at Mrs. Smith, putting her in fear of immediately receiving violent injury without legal justification. So that is what we are here for today. That being the case, Ms. Smith, you can go ahead and begin with your testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor. On September 4th, Labor Day, I was going to meet my client, Darren Johnson. I'm a chef, and I was running.
Humble brag. I'm a chef. Cool. I don't know. That is not necessarily the profession I was thinking she was going to say. Also, what does chefs have to meet their clients for, like, emergency wise? If she say, oh, I guess she didn't say it's an emergency. Oh yeah, the unauthorized recording prohibited. They're very cute about that. They're very sweet about that. But I don't rub them too hard, Mike, because they still at least put it on YouTube. So also, Mike, message me on Discord. I tried to message you, it wouldn't work.
Special that weekend, so I was going to meet him to make a delivery. As I'm coming off of the exit, onto Candler Road, making a right turn, Mr. Gates and I ended up, he ended up hitting me as he was doing a U-turn. During, immediately after the impact, I started to move my vehicle up to get out of the way of traffic. Mr. Gates sped around my vehicle, blocked my van, jumped out of his car with his gun, and he said, "Don't you move." He's pointing his finger at me. He has his gun in his hand. He says, "Don't you move, bitch, don't you go nowhere." I immediately put my car in park. I put my hands up. I put my car in park, turned the vehicle off, put my hands up, and he got back in his car. When he sat down, I grabbed my phone to call Mr. Johnson, as he was probably 200, 300 yards away at our meeting destination. And I told him that I said that there's this guy just had a car accident. He's got a gun. I need you to come and meet me right now. That's when Mr. Johnson came, and I got out of the car. Well, actually, before Mr. Johnson arrived, I then called 911 and asked to have the police come. At that time, Mr. Gates is at my window telling me it's not necessary to contact the police. We can rectify the situation on our own. And I said, "You just pointed a gun at me. He's like, well, I'm not going to shoot you. I just, it's not necessary to call the police. I'm like, yeah, well, at this point, I'm contacting the police. So once Mr. Johnson arrived on the scene, I then felt comfortable with getting out of my vehicle so I could look at the damage to what took place with the accident itself. There was another witness. I did.
Wow, Streamlabs, that came up first. Yay, thank you so much, Chris Engelby, gifting a membership. You guys, that's a great reminder. Please make sure that you've turned on gifting on this channel, because this is a great group of people that have a lot of generous people that want to make you part of our crew. Also, thank you again, Chris. I really appreciate it. I love all your comments and appreciate all of your support. Her story sounds a little fishy, but the kind of fish you would not want to cook as a chef. Cellulite yoga pants, that's probably a good way to put it. I'm interested to see where we fall on this case, you guys. I want you to listen closely, because basically they disagree, which is normal in a court case, but on some fundamental pieces of this case. So, Tim, welcome. Hi, Leanne. Welcome. Please make sure that if you're just getting here, guys, clock in for your shift by hitting the like button and make sure that you're subscribed to the channel. These are civilian warrant applications. And so, again, the one weird part about that is if somebody pulled a pew-pew out on me, I wouldn't be calling my cooking client. I would call 911, wouldn't you? Like, isn't that what you're supposed to call? I feel like it is. Anyways, let's keep watching.
Try to contact her. I hadn't heard back from her I originally gave her the wrong date. So when I realized the date was today, I tried to reach back out to her. She actually saw the impact of the accident itself. Once the police arrived, we then pulled over to the side and to the nearby gas station. And I shared with the officer everything that took place. I did share with her that Mr. Gates had a gun. And then, after she took my statement, she went and she spoke with Mr. Gates. She came back, issued a citation to the both of us. Since then, I have gotten that part reversed. I did escalate it. So once that was reviewed, it was found out that her information on the report was incorrect. So she had to redo her report to indicate that Mr. Gates was in fact at fault due to the illegal U-turn. But I'm basically here because I felt like I was held hostage. I was in fear of my life, all because of a fender bender. And that's why I'm requesting that there be a warrant issued.
Okay, and you have no evidence that you need to show other than just your testimony, is that correct?
Just my testimony and the eyewitness.
Okay, and Madam Clerk, well, not yet, you can leave him in the waiting room. Mr. Gates, do you have any questions for this witness? Any cross-examination questions for the witness?
I don't have any questions, but I do have a statement. When he
No,
came,
not yet.
Yeah, no, that's not what she said. She said, do you have any questions? And you weren't able to answer it, I guess. Once again, guys, this is the civilian warrant application process. So these two people are not lawyers, but both of them had a traffic incident, it sounds like. And I'm hearing that there was a pew-pew pulled on the lady by the gentleman. Again, my first call, if that happened, would be to the 911. I mean, if I was like, not that worried about it, I would look up the non-emergency number. But I'm being serious. I don't know where I would go with, like why I would call my client right away. Legal Fiction, Heineken. Thanks for being here. Girls AAU basketball, welcome back. Guys, I appreciate you guys being here. Make sure that you've clocked in for your shift. I don't know how Colin manages things over there, but over here you have to. So please make sure that you've clocked in for your shift. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel. We just hit 700. We're celebrating that. And buckle up because we're in for some long hearings tonight. We're just getting started. These people are arguing about a road rage incident, and one of them says that the other pulled a pew pew on them. The judge over here, who's lurking in the bottom corner of the screen, is going to make a decision at the end of this one. I know that one for a fact. So let's make sure that you've clocked in for your shift. If you just got here, tell me what you wish you had, or tell me what you had for dinner. If you didn't like what you had for dinner, tell me what you wish you had. Make sure that gifting's turned on, because there's people like Donna, Orlando Chiquita out there, who gift memberships to people. And you too could become a member, like Legal Fiction. Thank you so much. Lizette, welcome. Thank you for being here. We have a lot of fun. It's a busy chat, but if you have any questions, let us know. And thanks again, guys. I so appreciate each and every one of you stopping by. Colin is a friend of the channel, and I so appreciate all of the raids. So thank you. Let's see what the judge is going to say here. Like, as a reminder, she just said to him, she's finished her testimony. Do you have any questions? And unfortunately, just like everybody, it seems in most courts that isn't a lawyer, they don't quite know how to ask a question. They want to make a statement instead of asking a question. So she's going to redirect him back to the questioning, but that's all. That always gets me as a pet peeve. Anyways, again, thank you guys so much. Let's go.
Ask any questions for this
No,
witness.
no questions. I'm sorry.
Madam Clerk, you can go ahead and let the witness in. Okay, so Mr. Johnson, you're under oath. If you hear the word objection, you'll need to stop talking. Mrs. Smith, you'll need to ask him who, what, where, type, why, what, where, who, what, when, where, why type questions. You cannot suggest the answer in the questions. So you have to ask open-ended questions. So you can't say, did I say X, Y, Z to you? You can ask him, what did I say to you? So you can go ahead and ask your questions now.
Thank you, Your Honor. Excuse me, Mr. Johnson. What was the purpose of our visit on September the 4th? We can't hear you. Can you unmute yourself? Thank you.
I apologize. I was due to meet yourself right on Candler Road in 20 that afternoon for a, you basically had a gift for myself, a meal.
Thank you. When I called you, what did I say to you in regards to why I couldn't come to meet you?
You said you were at the about to make a turn and you was just in an accident.
Was there anything else that was said?
You said that there was another guy and you were stopped in the middle of the street, and at that time there was a gun present.
And did I ask you to do anything from that point?
Well, at that moment, I mean, I could actually see you from where I was parked. So I pulled my car over to the gas station. Well, I pulled my car over to the middle of the street, and all three cars.
Hold on. Is that pulling it over to the middle of the street? That seems weird. Hector and Jeline, welcome, welcome, welcome. Make sure that you have gifting turned on. She is doing good with the questions, legal fiction. I would have to agree. She's very much sticking to the rules. What I would say is that she's got some experience dealing, I don't know, not legally maybe, but she's not floundering like a lot of people that we see, like I am right now with my words. Seriously though, she is doing a very good job asking these questions, although to Mike's point, a lot of them are irrelevant at this point, but there's nobody objecting on the other end. So, you know, you're going to see this gets a little bit heated as we go through. And but she does maintain her composure, and the questioning is working well for her. But some stuff is sort of not adding up. Again, he's a client that you're going to meet to bring a gift to. Like, it just seems like a lot of extra info to me. Anyways, let's keep going.
Right there on Candler Road. Your car, his car, and my car.
Upon arrival, did the defendant or the accused defendant what's the word I'm looking for? Did he admit to anything?
Well, our conversation was more or less why I was there. And I told him that I came to check on yourself. And I wanted to make sure that you were okay. And if it was a car accident or if whoever was at fault, why was there a gun present? What I remember him saying is I didn't pull it out. It was just sitting in my lap.
Okay. And from there, what took place?
We did have a brief discussion. There was a lot of traffic on that day. It was a Sunday afternoon, I think. So we all pulled into the gas station, which was real close to where we were. And the police were called.
Was there anyone else that was there?
Oh, there was a young lady that was sitting at a red light who said she saw the whole thing. She was idled at the red light, waiting on the light to change. And she saw you move, and she saw him move, and she saw the whole accident.
Okay, but why are you talking about that? Why isn't she talking about that? Also, Colin, that's hilarious. I didn't pull it out. It was just sitting on my lap. You've heard worse pickup lines, I guess. I guess. Thanks so much for the raid. Appreciate you. This is crazy to me. Like, if somebody did this, this would be like a major incident in my town that would get reported on, not something that the police would just be like, oh, well, or whatever, right?
Based on the information provided that day, did Mr. Gates admit to having a weapon present?
I guess in a way he did, but the way Georgia laws are actually set up, it was not a crime. So,
but did he not that what the law is? Did he admit to having a weapon?
He indicated to me that a gun was present.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ooh, I like her brevity. I like the questions. They are very good for a non-lawyer. She may be a legal assistant, something along those lines. This is in DeKalb County, Georgia. Good guess. It is DeKalb County, Georgia. And this happened just recently. This hearing is fresh, so from yesterday.
Mr. Gates, do you have any questions for this witness?
The only question I have is because he did tell me that he was her husband. So she stated that
I object,
No,
Your
you
Honor.
need to ask a question at this point. So what is your question going to be? Do you
is
have
he
a
her
question?
husband? Is he her husband or her client?
I object, Your Honor.
No,
There was,
there's no objection to that. You can go ahead and state, sir, your answer is. He's asking, I guess, if you told him that you were her husband.
I told him that she was a friend of mine and I was due to meet her in that area. That was it.
Mr. Gates, do you have any other questions for this witness?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And Mr. I apologize, Mr. Johnson, you said that he said that the gun was in his lap. Is that what you indicated?
That's correct.
Did you see the gun while you were on scene?
Oh, I did not see it.
Okay. Do you recall what Mr. Gates' demeanor was towards you whenever you arrived on the scene? Did he seem angry? Was he yelling? Was he just talking normal? What was his demeanor when you arrived?
He seemed to be a little bit agitated that I showed up because the accident happened so fast and I was there in like a minute and he wanted to know who I was. And he definitely seemed agitated. He seemed a little frazzled. So he was kind of talking fast.
Say that made you think that he was frazzled or agitated?
Well, I mean, there was a lot of hand gestures that he was using. He was he was kind of walking fast, had a quick pace, a couple steps here, a couple steps there. He was looking around, a lot of hand gestures, talking fast. And I was just trying to understand what was going on. He kept repeating himself and saying that Miss Smith hit him. And that was just hard to believe because he made an illegal turn.
Well, you don't know what he did because you weren't there, but what did he say to you, or what did you physically observe while you were there?
Well, it was more of his conversation, Judge, in that he was talking fast. He had a lot of hand gestures. He was saying that he indicated to me that Miss Smith hit him. So it was just that type of scenario, and in the middle of traffic, and he was, quick paces back and forth in short steps and looking around, a lot of hand gestures, things like that.
Did he use any curse words in speaking with you?
I can't say that he did. I mean, I didn't use none towards him, so he didn't use none towards me. I can't say that he was, verbally disrespectful to myself. I just wanted to make sure wholeheartedly that she was okay and this was going to be handled in the right way in the middle of the street.
Okay. All right. So what I'm going to do is have you go back into the private meeting room or waiting room. We'll call you back in if we need you. So still don't pay attention to or listen to any part of the testimony. Okay. Mrs. Smith, do you have Any other witnesses or any other evidence that you need to present?
No, Your Honor, I don't have any other witnesses. I
Okay,
have,
and no other evidence. Did you submit the police reports that you're indicating, or did you not submit the police report?
I did not submit report. The police report itself only indicate, well,
Do you have both police reports, or do you not have those?
I do have police report from the accident as well as the police report from escalating the situation, or how
So
the.
if you can forward both of those police reports, Madam Clerk, can you put the email address in the chat feature where she should send those police reports? Unless you have those police reports, Madam Clerk, I only saw one police report, but if you have the second police report, if you could forward those to me. And Mrs. Smith, we're gonna put an email address in the chat feature. Send all of the police documentation that you have to that email address.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and Mr. Gates, while we're doing that, this is a criminal hearing. That means that if a warrant issues after hearing testimony today, that testimony can be used to help prosecute you in the future. You have a right against self-incrimination. That means that even if you were guilty, no one can force you to testify and admit your guilt on the record. And also, I cannot make any type of negative conclusion from the fact that you do not testify. So I cannot assume that you're guilty simply because you do not testify. I can't make any type of negative conclusion from the fact that you do not testify. Understanding that and understanding that this is being recorded, do you wish to testify or do you wish to exercise your right to remain silent?
I wish to testify.
Okay, you can go ahead and testify at this point in time.
Well, I was on the way to pick up my child in Decatur, Georgia, and I realized I missed my turn going up Rainbow Drive, I believe that road is. And what I decided to do was make a U-turn. Now I wasn't under the influence that I didn't know that I couldn't make a U-turn on that road, you know, but I did. And what I seen this minivan approaching, which is Miss Smith. And what she did was she stopped in the middle of the road as if she was gonna let me go, right? So we made eye contact, and as soon as she made eye contact with me, I, moved my vehicle up a little bit. And what she did was she accelerated her vehicle and then hit on the brakes right in front of me, which caused me to hit the back of her vehicle. I don't recall ever saying that she hit me or anything like that, because obviously if I hit the back of her vehicle, then I hit her. But what I said was it was her fault that made me hit her because she stopped in the middle of the road. I never pointed a firearm at her. I'm not guilty of that at all. I never had a firearm in my presence while talking to her at all. She called him directly after we moved the cars out of the way of the road. She called, I'm sorry, I don't know his name at the moment.
I object,
Your
Honor.
You're not allowed to object
Okay.
just because someone is saying something you don't agree to.
Directly after we moved the cars out of the way of the road, directly we moved the cars out of the way of the road, she called him. Well, I don't know what she did. First of all, because I went, got out of my car, and I went to look at the damage that was done. As I'm going to see if she okay and see the damage that was on her car, she got her windows rolled up the whole time and she's on the phone. So I assume she's on the phone with the police because we were just involved in the accident, of course. So I go back to my car and I'm sitting there. 2 minutes later, or less than that, he arrived, right? And as soon as he arrived, she hopped out of the car. Oh, he hit my car. He hit my car. Like stirring up this big old scene when really it wasn't all of that. It was a minor bender. I had a few scratches on my bumper. I drive a Lincoln Town car. I have no reason to, and my car is not able to accelerate in no fast type of motion, which she said that I zoomed around her, which that did not happen at all. She's making up a bunch of made up scenarios in her head, and she called him to the scene. When he came to the scene, he stated to me that he was her husband. She never said nothing about a client, about a food, or none of that nature. And what I told him was, I'm not interested in debating about back and forth about who's at fault. Just call the police, because that's what I thought that she was calling in the first place. From that point, the police arrived and I waited. The police officer, the lady talked to them, Miss Smith and her husband first, and whoever else that was in a vehicle they had went and talked to after that.
Miss MILF? Did he just say Miss MILF? Seriously, I swear to God he said Miss MILF.
The police officer, the lady talked to them, Miss Smith and her husband first, and whoever else that was in a vehicle they had went and talked to after that, you know. And after that, the police officer came to me. She wrote me at fault for the accident, explained to me why I was at fault for the accident, and she let me go on about my day. If I pointed a firearm at anyone, I know for a fact I would have been in handcuffs that day. As many cameras there is at the gas station and all around the area, I would never in my life do such a thing. I'm a father before anything, and I never do anything to tarnish being in my child's life at all.
Do you have anything else you'd like to say before I allow her to question you?
No, ma'am, that is it.
Okay, Mrs. Smith.
I'm sorry.
Yes,
I'm sorry. Why, if I pointed a firearm, why would you wait almost 30 some days to say that I did that?
Okay, so you didn't ask any questions. You can ask questions at a later point in time. Right now, you're testifying. So I'll allow her to ask questions, and then I will allow you to re-ask questions of her at a later point in time. So do you have Mrs. Smith? You can go ahead and ask him whatever questions you have for him.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Gates, you brought up the fact that there were several cameras around. Do you recall mentioning that at the scene of the accident?
No.
You don't recall saying to me, there are cameras all around, we can pull them if necessary.
I don't recall saying that at all.
Okay. You don't recall zooming out when you got out of your vehicle? Do you recall pointing your finger at me?
No, ma'am, I did not.
When we were having a conversation about moving forward, and I stated to you, I asked you, I said, the fact that you had a gun, and you said you did not have a gun. And I said, how would I know that you had a gun if you did not show it? What was your statement to me?
I never had a gun, and you never seen me with a gun to ask me anything of that nature.
When we were just recently, when we were put in the room to see if we could move past this, did you not say, when I asked you, how would I know if you had a gun if I didn't see it? What was your response?
You did not ask me that question, ma'am.
I didn't ask you. Okay.
Okay, guys, she's upset here, but what's very interesting is something that happened again just recently in another case that we watched. And she's going to bring it up here. She obviously thinks this guy's lying. If you're a lawyer and you think somebody's lying, you ask them the same question in a different way. Or you impeach them with their own previous testimony or evidence that you have. But she's not quite a lawyer. But she is going to bring up a very good point here, and you'll see what I mean.
Your Honor, are we both under oath?
Everyone's already been sworn in at this point in time. I believe both of you were sworn in. Did I swear you in, Mr. Gates?
No, ma'am.
I did not? Okay. I apologize. Raise your right hand, Mr. Gates. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and are you also stating that everything that you've said prior to this point has been the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mrs. Smith, raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Do you indicate that everything that you said prior to this point has been the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you can ask your next question of Mr. Gates.
Mr. Gates, I
Oh,
am,
wait, am I asking a question or is she? I'm
no,
sorry.
I'm
she's
asking the question.
questions right now.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask you one more time, if allowed. When we were placed in the room to see if we could come to an agreement, did I not ask you, how would I know if you had a gun if you did not show it? And then please remember that you are under oath.
It's like a movie line. Ma'am, she just put him under oath. I mean, come on. That is literally like the line from the movie. Sir, you are under oath.
I'm very much sure and positive that you did not ask me that question, ma'am.
Your Honor,
Also, not to mention, what she's talking or referring to right now is the mediation process before this hearing. So they oftentimes bring in a pro bono lawyer or a mediator service that works with the county in order to try and de-escalate these situations and work with people to find solutions that don't need to go before the court, because it's very expensive to go before the court. And the reality is that after that fact, when you release control of a situation to a court of law, you tend not to be happy with the result. People don't understand that, but it is very, very true. And so if you are able to come to a negotiation in mediation, it can oftentimes be much better or advantageous for both sets of parties because it doesn't have to follow the law to the letter. You know who has to follow the law to the letter? The judge. Okay. And once you bring her into it and you relinquish the control of that decision, and you go ahead and ask, like, you say, no, we cannot be mediating, we need the judge to make these decisions, the negotiations that you had during mediation are absolutely not admissible. And in fact, that is a rule so that people can have fruitful and open mediation sessions. If you always thought that anything you said within mediation could later on be used against you in this exact lawsuit that you were already there for, why on earth would anybody be willing or able or open to try and be, you know, make a compromise? They wouldn't. And so that is the whole reason that in these cases and in landlord tenant cases and in TPO cases that we hear, which are all civil procedures, except for this one, which results in a criminal arrest warrant. But at the beginning, this is a civil procedure. And so in most civil disputes, there is dispute resolution offered as a first must do before you can get in front of the judge. But again, not admissible in court what you talked about in your dispute resolution or mediation.
are those sessions recorded?
No, we do not record those sessions, but you can ask your next question. What's your next question?
Did you have a gun that day?
No, ma'am, I did not.
I'm done, Your Honor.
Okay. And Mr. Gates, you're indicating that you tell her witness that you had a gun in your lap?
And so one last thing I'll make a point of here, and then we'll keep going. Also, hi, Gary. Thank you for being here. Appreciate that. Make sure you clocked in for your shift. But basically, when you wait, I have to listen to what they just said again. I've literally forgot, but that's my ADD. Let me listen to it and then, oh, did you have a gun that day? See, as soon as I read the question, I know the answer, what I was trying to say. So, generally, a judge can, but they don't often ask additional questions, clarifying questions, etc. when there are attorneys involved. Attorneys ask questions for a reason. They don't ask other questions for other reasons. And judges most of the time have been attorneys. They respect that process and they don't often step over and start questioning people themselves. However, one of a few exceptions to that is when you are in a case like this, where there are no lawyers present. The judge is the only official here. And so she is going to be able to ask some questions that she thinks, like in reality, these are questions that the prosecutor would ask uh, about what, the more direct questions that unfortunately Miss Smith doesn't know how to ask because she's not a lawyer. Again, get a lawyer, folks.
Okay. And Mr. Gates, you're indicating that you tell her witness that you had a gun in your lap?
I did not tell him that.
I do have one more question.
Okay, Ms. Smith, I'm still talking.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Gates, did the police search your vehicle that day to see if they were able to find a gun?
No, ma'am. The police didn't even ask me nothing about a gun.
Do you own a gun?
I do.
Do you keep that gun in your vehicle or on your person?
No, I don't every day. I work 7 days a week and I'm not allowed to take my firearm with me.
Where do you normally keep your gun?
At home.
What type of gun do you have?
I have a Canic Meta.
Mrs. Smith, what was do you know what type of gun you saw that you alleged that you saw that he had? What type of gun do you allege that you saw?
No, Your Honor, I'm not familiar with firearms. I do know it was black. If you were to ask me to describe it, it looked like, I don't know what you would typically see on a television show when they're, I know it wasn't like a revolver, but that's probably the extent of my knowledge of firearms.
You were able to say what size it was?
It was probably the barrel, I guess, maybe about this long.
You said it was black in color?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. And he, when you say he had it in his hand, did he ever raise his hand or was his hand simply at his side?
The gun was in his right hand at his side, and he was pointing his left finger at me, telling me not to move. And don't you go nowhere.
Okay. And did you see what he did with the gun once he got back in the vehicle?
At that point, Your Honor, I believe that's when he placed the gun back into his car. I did share that with the police officer upon arrival that Mr. Gates had a gun. When she went to question him and she came back, I asked her, what about the gun? And her words to me were, it's not illegal to carry a firearm in the state of Georgia. So that there was nothing that she could do. And I said, what about a threat being made? And she said, at that point, it's he say, she say.
I have not heard people use that phrase before. He say, she say. He said, she said is the one that I know. Give me your thoughts in the chat right now where you're thinking we're at. Do you think she's telling the truth? Do you think she was traumatized, that these are real emotions that she's bringing forth here? Or is she fabricating this? Did she indeed basically cause this accident and is now trying to give some sort of weight to it by getting this? Sashina thinks she's telling the truth. Mayor thinks she's a liar. Tin Man's 100p on telling the truth. It's interesting. This is a tough case. Cellulite Yoga Pants thinks no, it is part of a brake check scam. Legal Fiction thinks it is horse poo or unicorn poo. I'm going with horse poo. Colin's going to reserve response until after this hearing, after hearing his questions. I think that's a fair way to put it. Although, remember, Colin and everybody who's here, if you're new here, welcome. If you're not, welcome back. You're allowed to guess and change your answers as many times as you want in this chat. We love to learn and evolve our views based on new information. That's sort of a big thing about court. That you have to be able to intake new information and be willing to make, different decisions. Gary doesn't think she's telling the truth. Vicky says she's not lying. This is like a 50-50 split. You guys, this is really interesting. Can I do it? I think I can. Hold on. I'm going to go ahead and throw up a poll here so that if you want to just give us a answer in the poll, you can do that. We're going to ask it about her, and then I'll ask one about him. So I'll say, is she lying? Yes or no. The poll is going up right now. Go and do that for me. I just opened something up. Let's play this while I fuck that up.
I have escalated with the DeKalb County Police Department with the way that situation was handled, and there is an investigation on that police officer as well. And I can provide you with that information, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you have any video of the gun, or you said there was a store nearby, that you get any video footage that would show the gun or what occurred with the gun?
It would not have been from the store itself, but there are cameras at that intersection, as Mr. Gates so proudly indicated. So I don't know if we can pull that footage, but I guarantee you if that footage is pulled, you will see.
But you have not been able to pull the footage. I guess it's a question. So you don't
know. Your
know.
Honor. No, Your Honor, I do not.
Okay, so Mr. Gates, again, you're alleging that you did not have the gun with you on that date.
No, ma'am.
Do you ever have the gun in your vehicle with you?
Time to time, but not really, because I work 7 days a week, and like I stated, I cannot take it to work with me. I work as a barber.
Okay. How often do you have the gun in the vehicle with you?
I work as a barber. You know how strict those barber shops are, checking us every day when we come into work, making sure we're not armed. I guess I understand what he's saying. I wouldn't necessarily need that at work, but that I don't know in the States where you have, isn't it open carry, or at least if you're licensed to carry a weapon in Georgia, I imagine he could bring it in his car legally, right? I'm being honest. Remember, if you're new here, I'm Canadian. I don't know all these things. I watch a lot of U.S. court, and I know a lot of things, but I don't know everything. And so I don't know. In Georgia, are you allowed to do that? I am going to be taking down the poll soon. So if you want to get your vote in, whether you think this woman is lying or not, you have about 1 minute left to get your poll answers in before we bring that one down. We're going to listen to the rest of the case, and then we're going to decide and see if he's lying and where we end up. And then we're going to see what the judge decides. Also, make sure that you've clocked in for your shift by hitting the like button, guys.
Rarely, if I was to go to a dinner or something, which I never really go anywhere, I'm always by myself. So barely ever.
Okay, and how big is the gun that you own?
It is a mid-size, the normal size pistol.
You said what color is it?
It is actually gray and black it's like a gray silvery slide with a black bottom. It's not hard to describe if anyone was to see it. So if I did pull my firearm, she definitely would have been able to describe that.
When you say gray and silver or gray, you said gray and black, the black handle?
Ma'am, with
And a
the
silver
darkish, yeah, darkish gray slide.
Okay, is the gray like a very, very, very almost black gray, or is it a lighter gray?
I'd say in the middle, almost like a few steps upward than like pro gray type thing, but it's not black, and you can't mistake it as black at all.
Are you, is there a part of the gun other than just the handle that is black, or is it only the handle that is black?
It is only the bottom half of the gun, which is
We say
connected to
bottom half of the gun, that can include part of the barrel of the gun. So what?
no,
what is
the
actually-
barrel or nothing is black. The only thing that is black is the handle.
Okay, so the only thing on the gun that is black is the handle. No part of the chamber where the bullets are, or where the
No.
slide is. All of that is gray.
Yes, ma'am.
And you did not have your gun in your vehicle on that day?
No, ma'am, I didn't.
Did you use any vulgarity with Mrs. Smith whenever she got out of the vehicle, that you called her out of her name?
No, I never called out her name. I never used profanity while talking to them at all.
Did you tell her to stay where she was and not to move?
No, I did not.
What did you say to her whenever you got out of the vehicle?
I didn't have a chance to say anything to her because she had her windows rolled up, and like I stated, she was on the phone. I assumed she was on the phone with the police, so I went back to my car.
When was the first time that you spoke with her?
Didn't really speak anything to her for real, because honestly, when he arrived, trying to see what's going on, and I'm telling him I don't want to debate about anything that happened. I let him know that his wife, what I'm saying, was at fault of the accident, which I thought that she was.
Miss Carrie, thank you for being here. I get it. Christmas coming up, everything's going on. What's your question? Ask the fam. We're good at answering them. Yeah, let us know what's up.
But it was later described to me why I was at fault, and I accepted that.
Okay. Mrs. Smith, do you have any additional questions for him based on what I've asked?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Gates, do you have any questions for Ms. Smith?
The question I was trying to get to earlier, if I pulled a firearm, like, why wouldn't you go the same day that it happened? She waited almost 30 days.
You're not asking me a question. If you're asking her a question, you need to ask her a question. So what is your exact question that you would like her to answer?
My question to Ms. Smith is, why did she wait almost a month to go and say that I did anything to her?
So to answer your question, I did not. Because it was Labor Day, a holiday, I waited until that following day, Tuesday, and I contacted DeKalb County Police Department. I was told by DeKalb County Police Department that I would have to come in person and apply for the application for the warrant. When I arrived to the police station. I was then told that everything is done online.
Okay, so I added another poll. We closed the last one. What the question was, is she lying? No, 57%. Yes, 42%. Now we have a new poll up. Is he lying? Get your answers in. Miss Carrie, your question is about, okay, let me read it here. Your son wants a damn puppy. An English bulldog. Oh, sounds fancy. That sounds fancy. I don't know anything about dogs. You guys are going to have to help Miss Carrie out because I don't know anything about dogs, but I do like dogs. I know that. But get your answers in on the poll. What do you think about this guy? Is he telling the truth or lying? What do we think?
So I then did everything online. The only reason why it took so long is because of miscommunication. When I went and I filed it online, I received a notification that I would be contacted by a judge on the process of having this particular Zoom court hearing. After several weeks, I didn't hear anything. I called back. I was then told someone would call me. I did have a judge reach out to me. I explained the situation. They then gave me the proper information, told me I needed to go back. Once I filed it online, I needed to go back to the police department. So I went back to DeKalb County. And that's when I was able to file everything and sign the documents. So to answer your question, I did not wait a month. I went immediately the next day.
Okay, Mr. Gates, do you have any additional questions?
No, ma'am, I don't. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, and Madam Clerk, if you can let the witness back in one more time. Okay, Mr. Johnson, if you're gonna mute yourself one more time. Let's see, you're still, there you are. Okay, and I can't see you now, so if you can get your camera going. And Mr. Johnson, let me ask just a couple of additional questions. How do you know Mrs. Smith?
We met years ago through another friend. I've probably known her about 6 or 7 years.
And are y'all friends or is it acquaintances? Does she provide professional services? What is the nature of the relationship, you would say?
Yep. She's a caterer. She has her own catering business, and she provides holiday meals. Yep, and we've been friends for about 6 or 7 years.
When you indicate friendship, do you do anything outside of her catering as far as like hanging out or doing activities jointly?
No, ma'am.
Okay, conversations via telephone or things of that nature outside of just for catering?
No, I usually hear from her during the holidays. Thanksgiving, Christmas, 4th of July.
Okay. And so no social gatherings outside of her catering for you?
That's correct.
Okay. And whenever you arrived on the scene, did you actually see the gun that Mr. Gates allegedly had?
I did not see it. He indicated to me that it was in his lap and he didn't mean to pull it out. It seems like he was driving around with it in his lap. And when he opened up the car door, it showed itself.
Okay, so that was what he said to you. What did
That's
Mrs.
correct.
Smith say to you whenever you arrived on the scene? Did she mention anything about the gun to you whenever you arrived on the scene?
When I got there, I mean, I had a good indication that a gun was present.
When you say that, what do you mean? Why did you have a good indication that a gun was present?
Oh, it was indicated to me by Miss Smith that she saw it, and he did indicate, and in our conversations with me speaking with him, that he did have a gun, that he was in his lap and forgot it was there. That's why it was seen.
What exactly did she say to you about the gun or seeing the gun? What did she say?
She said she saw a gun when he got out of the car. And a gun was present. After that, my conversations with him, he indicated that he did have a gun.
Okay. Mr. Gates, do you wish to ask him any questions based on his testimony?
No, I don't agree with what he's saying. I don't have any questions.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Mr. Johnson, I'm going to put you back in that waiting room just for a moment, and we'll let you know if we need you again. Thank you. And Mrs. Smith, are you able to send the documents yet to that email address?
Excuse me, yes, Your Honor, I did send the original police report and then the amended police report.
Okay, hold on just one second. Madam Clerk, were you able to receive those items?
Judge, it was sent to you.
What was that? I'm sorry.
It was sent to you.
No. So what we're going to do, if you don't mind, if you could just place that on the screen, whatever she sent over, so that he can see it as well. We'll just go ahead and show it on the screen. It's the police report, Mr. Gates. So typically I wouldn't, I probably wouldn't entertain any objection to a police report coming in. Unless you have some strong objection to me seeing what was written in the police report, I'm going to look at the police report and you can look at it as well.
It's the same report that's in the application.
There's not an amended report.
So just so you guys know, this lady, the clerk doesn't know that we can hear her. And you're going to hear her over the next little while. And she, honestly, it's hilarious because she does not think she's unmuted. And this is like the under the breath message that almost all government employees that are there at 10 o'clock at night when they should have been off hours earlier are saying. Yeah. You're going to hear her. It's going to just keep an eye out. That's who's talking, is the clerk off screen. Okay.
Judge, from what I'm seeing here, this is the police report that was attached to the application.
She said she sent two separate ones. So let's just, whatever she sent, let's just put both of the things that she sent.
Night, Colin. Thank you again so much. Appreciate you. Appreciate it. And we'll talk later. Have a good sleep.
I have a headache.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And then let's scroll down a little bit. Perfect. Right there. Good. Thank you. Hold on just one second. Thank you.
Miss Carrie, no matter what dog you get, please be careful because there are so many just absolutely trash human beings that are involved in scamming people using puppies. So just be really careful about that because honestly, it is disgusting, despicable, reprehensible, unforgivable. I mean, I could go on and on and on about people who do that, but please make sure that you are careful because the last thing I would want is for you to get a puppy or a dog and then have it be a scam in the end. Could you imagine? Like who could do that? I don't even know the type of that's almost like adoption scams, right? That's really up at that level. Yeah, English bulldogs. There's a couple other breeds that are really, really like common for getting scammed on. Honestly, there's a lot of Facebook groups out there that tell you about scammers, so please check those. I think you have to go through like a known source, to be honest. I know everyone's saying adopt. Miss Carrie knows that. We're talking about a specific breed. If not adopt, but. You know what I mean? If not adopt, but.
Okay, can we go down a little bit on the police report? And go back up, actually. One more. Sorry. Right there, just for 1 second. I'm sorry. Let me just reread that. Okay, and we can go all the way down on the police report. Okay, and what is the next thing she sent? If we can show the next report that she sent. Okay, and we can scroll down on this one.
Lizette, I have a question for you. After 18 years in the pet industry, is there like, okay, when Miss Carrie says that somebody posted an ad almost too good to be true, or somebody's offering you a puppy and then something happens, like it runs away or it dies, like those are scams, right? Like you should, that's a just a red flag all over the field. Am I right? Like the reason I ask this like this is because I don't have any dogs. I have a kid. They let me have one kid. Well, they probably would have let me have more, but I have one kid and no pets. So I don't know, but I have heard of just absolutely horrific stories of people like selling a pet and then the pet has run. Like, can you imagine somebody telling you that the dog ran away? Like, oh shit, sorry, out of luck, the dog ran away. I mean, that just screams scamming puppy mill trash losers, right? So is it parvo that is the that thing that young puppies get? What is it, that, Lizette? And then other things, like sometimes I think people just lie and say they have puppies, but is it parvo? I've heard of that before, that young puppies get.
Okay, is there anything else that was sent, Madam Clerk, that we need? to
No,
fill?
ma'am.
Those were the only two things that were sent. Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you. You can stop sharing the screen. Thank you.
Mhm.
Mrs. Smith, were there any other additional reports or anything else that I haven't shown on the screen yet?
Um, there is another, not with regards to the particular accident, Your Honor. There is another investigation, but I have not been privy to that finding just
So
yet.
there are no other reports that you've sent
Correct.
us? Not
Correct,
yet.
Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Give me one moment.
Donna makes a really great point. They have rescue groups for every single breed out there, even golden retrievers. Donna rescued Shelties for years and they were all rescue dogs. So that is a really good point, Miss Carrie. I understand that like Christmas is this weird deadline for parents, right? It is the point where parents feel that they have to come up with the gift, the perfect one for the child. For some reason, I don't know why. As a parent, I felt that too. I always wanted to go overboard. I wanted to buy my daughter whatever she wanted. I wanted it to be perfect for that morning. And in reality, especially at a younger age, you know what she was more happy playing with? The boxes, the wrapping paper, all of that kind of stuff, the people being there. And I think kids give us a great reminder of what it's really about. It is about love and caring on Christmas or Hanukkah or whatever we celebrate at this time of year, but not about what we can give other people. I think that it shows how much you love your son, Miss Carrie, that you want to do it. Like, I get it. I totally get it. I get that for my daughter too. But um like I literally read recently on a Facebook page about this person who sold a dog to somebody for like I think $1,500 and then claimed that the dog ran away and then died and kept the person's money. Like, could you fucking imagine your miserable Christmas if you're sitting around your tree when you thought there was going to be a puppy under there with a little bow on it, and instead you have just this punch in the gut from a criminal who stole from you? It's despicable, to be honest. Absolutely despicable. I want people to make sure they be very careful through the holiday season with any type of scams. Okay? Anything that you think is too good to be true, it is. Anyone that says things that are too insane to be true, they probably are. Okay? Remember that. And Miss Carrie, thank you for coming to us as a family and asking the questions because Again, these are the things that we can work out together. We may not know all the things about every subject, but together we will have a better, broader knowledge to help each of us do better. Takes a village. Takes a village. Now, Lizette, you sound like you know what you're talking about. You should join our Discord if you're not already in there. But guys, please make sure that you do your research ahead of time, okay? Please, 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 please. So this is the lady, she's eating right now. You know how I told you had unmuted? That's her eating. Do you hear the chewing? Putting the link to the Discord in the chat right now. Also, thank you guys for 703 subscribers. Oh my God, that's almost a buffer. That is close to a buffer point. Seriously, did you hear the chomp, chomp, chomp? I shit you not. Also, Beverly Bradford was first, but I'm going to post the Discord link and pin it at the top. Please join. Okay, I just skipped us 4 minutes, 5 minutes. Oh, wait. Hold on. I skipped too much.
Well,
We gotta go back. Damn it.
I'll err on the side of the defendant. I
Hold on, Judge. Tell us the whole thing. Come on, Judge. Also, what we're going to do, just so you guys know, at the end of this case, once we get a result, we're going to go back to the beginning of this docket. We're going to watch
So,
the two
Mr.
cases over the next couple days.
Gates, typically, if I don't know what to do, I'll err on the side of the defendant. I don't know what you did or what you said. I don't know that you're being truthful, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you did or said what is alleged to have been done or said. I just don't know from the police reports and from what the witness statements have been. Ms. Smith, that's not to say that it did not happen. It's just to say that whenever I'm looking at a criminal standard of issuing a warrant against someone, I typically am inclined whenever I don't know whose favor I lean in one way or the other. Mr. Gates, again, there's a big difference in between saying I don't know that there would be evidence to convict you versus you not do something. So people always think not guilty means innocent. It doesn't mean that. It just means that depriving people of their liberty and life and being free is a great.
Oh my God. Look at that, Mayor. Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. Oh my gosh. Gifting memberships. I so appreciate it. Wow. Gary, you got a membership. Gary. Seriously. Honestly, you guys, I dreamed this Christmas. I had a couple special dreams for this Christmas, and a lot of them are coming true. I'm so thankful for all of your guys' support. Make sure that you've gone ahead and turned on gifting and subscribed to the channel. We're at 703 subscribers the last I checked. I'm so thankful and humbled by each and every one of you being here. I so appreciate it. So appreciate it. I know I don't have guys in a truck. All I got are these ladies in a bra, but I know that you guys like it, and I love you too.
Standard that someone needs to meet typically. And again, I just don't know that it's met. So when I don't know that it's been met, I err in favor of the defendant. You would be wise to not have a gun on your person in your vehicle. I don't know too many situations where people can say a gun saved my life. Most of the time, a gun costs people their life and puts them in jail and causes situations to go from docile to dangerous. That's just my opinion. And you can do with it what you would like. She still has the right to talk to the investigating officers, also to talk to the district attorney or talk to the prosecutor's office and see if they are more willing to pursue it. I just don't feel comfortable pursuing it at this point. I definitely don't believe there was a pointing a pistol at another. My hesitation is about whether or not it was simple assault. But again, I'll err in favor of Mr. Gates. So Mr. Gates, please do not be so stupid in the future as to put yourself in situations where something of this can occur. And again, Mrs. Smith, I'm not indicating that it did not happen. I'm just indicating that I don't have enough that makes me competent to issue a criminal arrest warrant for what is alleged in this case. So again, your remedy is to talk to the prosecutor's office. They always can pursue it, and also the police department can make a decision about whether or not to pursue it. But right now, I will not be pursuing the criminal charge. Mr. Gates, please do not have any contact with Ms. Smith outside of the civil arena if she's suing regarding the car, and you probably would do well to have someone other than yourself initiate any type of contact with her, because again, I'm very certain at this point she does not wish to have anything to do with you outside of a court of law.
Yes, ma'am. Can I ask you a question?
No. So at this point, I will go ahead and release all parties for today. Ms. Smith, if you don't mind letting your friend know that we'll be releasing him. And again, so you can speak with the prosecutor or to the police department about some other remedies. Thank you for appearing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, yes. Mr. Gates, you're free to go. I'm not going to answer any questions at this time.
No, I just didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
You're free to
You
go.
said something. Okay.
She said, "You're free to go, sir." And so, like I said, guys, we're not done for this evening. I put up a new poll. I want to know, have you ever for a puppy scam? Tell me about it. If you have, what happened? Let's do that while we're switching over to the other hearings that we're going to start watching. These are going to be done over 2 days. I want you to know that. I'm not lying to you. This is the reality. Basically, we are going to go back to the beginning of this docket, not quite the beginning, not when she's doing the roll call, but when she's already getting into the first cases. There are 2 major cases that are going to be going on that we're going to watch. We won't be able to watch them all tonight. We've almost been going for 2 hours already, but we will be able to finish them before I go away for my time off this year on Sunday. So get your votes in on the puppy scam poll that is in the chat right now. I am pulling up, hold on, I made a note. Oh my God, Paisley, were you working earlier? Yeah, I was. I fucking worked. Could you believe it? No, Paisley, I really can't. I can't believe that you did. Tell us how you did. Well, I wrote down some shit and now I forgot what page I was on, so it's useless to me. Yeah, that sounds about right. There we go, 2246. Okay, so I'm going to go and get to that part of this case. Give me 1 second, and we will be there. This case is going to have some drama in it. We'll see what happens. Once again, same docket, civilian warrant hearings. These are people that want people to get arrested, but the police already said, no, we're not doing that. And go ahead and get your votes in for that puppy poll. I am going to close that soon. I think the poll slows things down. I don't know. Polls are stupid. YouTube Daddy is a little bit fickle. Anyways, let's get going.
Could state your name for the record and you can place your hand down.
Omar Kut.
Okay, thank you. So Mrs. Coote, you have the burden of proof, which means that you start and you finish. I'm going to have you begin with your case in chief. You can go ahead and tell me what you would like me to know about what happened. However, when it comes to your witnesses, you're going to have to ask who, what, when, where, why type questions to get your witnesses' testimony in. They cannot just start talking. They have to respond to questions. If you hear the word objection at any time, that means that the attorney has an objection to something that you're saying and believes that it is inappropriate or should not be heard by the court for some reason. If you hear the word objection, stop talking immediately, and then I will hear the reason for the objection, and then we'll move on. Whenever the attorney starts to present his side of the case, if you feel as if someone is saying something objectionable, you can say the word objection, and I will hear your legal basis for why you think I shouldn't hear the evidence. Objections are not because you disagree with what's being said. An objection is a legal reason that I should not be able to hear what the other side is saying. So just because they're lying, that is not a legal reason for me not to be able to hear what they are stating. If you hear the word again, objection, just stop talking. And again, the only way you can object is if there are some legal grounds that prevents the trier of fact from being able to hear the evidence. That being stated, counsel, I will get started. The only thing I will stop for is if I believe that someone's coming back in and they've been able to resolve their case, or if the other attorney comes back in, just so I can see how long he needs and give him another time to report back. But while I'm doing that, let me also ask position 4, Mrs. Smith, if you can unmute yourself, and then I only have a yes or no question for you. Yes or no, were you able to resolve your case?
No.
Okay, thank you. You can go back on mute. Thank you. Okay, so that being stated, Mrs. Coote, you are now your turn to present your evidence. You can begin. And I apologize. One last thing. I usually let everyone know what we're here for. So we are here today for this case. It's alleged family violence battery and simple battery harm. Mrs. Coote is alleging that on September 24th of 2023 at approximately 6:35 p.m. That Mr. Coote committed the crimes of family violence battery and simple battery by pushing Mrs. Coote in the face with his finger. And she had redness, and he caused physical harm to her by pushing her in the top of her head. And these are the allegations. So the only thing that I want to hear about is what occurred on September 24th on or around 6:35 p.m. that regarded pushing in the head area and the face and causing redness. That's what we're here for today. So you can go ahead and begin, Mrs. Coote.
Thank you, Your Honor. On September 24th, 2023, I went to pick up my daughter, Christina Coote, from Mr. Coote's home. We have a parenting agreement plan where we have to exchange our daughter, pick up, drop off. Sometimes he picks her up from my home, and I have to go pick her up from his home, or I take her to his home, and then he brings her back to my home. On that particular day, I went to pick up our daughter, Christina Coote. Did the judge go out? I'm sorry.
No, you can continue
Okay,
talking.
I'm sorry. I went to pick up our daughter, Christina Coote, from Mr. Coote's home. And upon arrival, he came down with her suitcase, and he demanded that I open my trunk. My trunk had stuff in it, so I had to get out of my car to let my seat back. I was driving my two-door car at the time, so I had to get out of my car to let.
My trunk was filled with junk. Check it out. My lovely little trunky was filled with all the junky I didn't want to get out and show him the trunk.
Seat back, get the luggage to put in the back seat. At that point, Mr. Coote started cursing at me, calling me. I'm gonna spell it out because I don't like to use derogatory language. BITCH.
Bitch. Bitch. Bitch. See, I'm an adult. I can spell and speak words, no matter what they say.
And telling me he would slap the SHIT out of me.
Shit. The shit. Shit.
And at that point, he just got very vulgar, irate, and was out of control. And so I started. He then started saying other things like, "I killed my dad" and all this kind of stuff. And I was like, no, I didn't. I didn't.
That is the most random thing to say. What? What? Why would that even be worthwhile to go close? Like that would hit you in the chest. You know, when you see something in a chat or in a case or when somebody's speaking to you and you're like, oh my God, that's me. I'm guilty of that. I'm a bad person. But most of us didn't kill our dad, right? Huh? I mean, some of us might be puppy scammers, but we didn't kill our dads.
Do that would be your mother. She killed her father to get the money that you guys to purchase this home that you're living in. And he just started, he was just outrageous, just cursing and telling me he would slap the SHIT out of me.
Shit.
And stuff like that. And then there was other things said, but getting to the point to where I was in between my door and my car, and Mr. Coot took his hand and forcefully tried to push me down into my vehicle. Your Honor, prior to that, I had 2 neck surgeries and a back surgery. Mr. Coot was aware of the fact that I had these surgeries. And the reason being that he was aware is because
I don't need to hear about the
Okay.
surgeries. That's getting off topic. So I just want to know what happened, not what he
Okay.
should have known in his head. Just tell me what he did and what he said and what you said.
All right. Well, he tried to forcefully push me down into my car. He put his hand on the top of my head and tried to push me down into my car. My body, because I've been injured, it, had a jerk reaction, and I kind of like popped up. And at that point, that's when he took his index finger and almost poked me in my eye and pushed me back. And when he did that, I got into my car, and that's when I called 911. And told them that, my ex-husband had just put his hands on me and I needed the police at his residence, and I gave him the address. My daughter was in the car, Christina Coot, and witnessed what my ex-husband did. And his wife was standing on the deck, and she was yelling at him, telling him, every time he would threaten to slap the SHIT out of me, she was
Shit, shit, shit.
yelling, "No, Omar, stop. No, don't. Omar, stop. No, oh." So that's pretty much what happened. The police was called. After I called the police, I called my sister. She told me to leave his property, so I did. I drove down to the bottom of the hill and waited on the police. Once the police got there, took our statement, and they initially talked to Mr. Coot before.
Well, you can't tell me what they said or what they saw, but was there anything else you need to tell me about what he actually physically did to you or said during the incident?
That was pretty much it. He took his hand and forcefully pushed down, tried to forcefully push me into his car. I mean, into my car, and then took and, poked me almost on the side of my face, almost in my eye, pushing me back. But the forcefulness of him pushing me in the top of my head injured my neck, and I've submitted.
One finger? I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be rude. I mean, we listen to all of these with an open mind. We're listening right now with an open mind. Injured your neck with his finger? Really?
Documentation to show where I went to the hospital after that, and then where I've had MRIs done of my neck to show, and my back, of the injuries that I've sustained.
Is there anything that you need to show me? I don't care about the injuries. Well, actually, I guess I do, because you're alleging family violence, battery with visible injury. Are there any visuals of what happened, or is it just pain that you have? Was there any visible bruising to you?
You can't see my bulging discs inside of my body, Your Honor. And so
there was no visible bruising on your body?
No, there was no visible bruising on my body. I just have bulging disc in my neck and in my back, and the MRIs that I have.
So do you have any injuries other than the bulging disc from this incident?
No, Your Honor, just the bulging disc in my neck. And
have any evidence other that I don't need to see evidence of the injury, since it's not a visible injury, but do you have any other evidence of that you would like to show me that isn't about the injuries?
Well, I submitted evidence regarding, when Mr. Coot was cursing at me and saying the things that he was saying to me. I was telling, because his wife was up on the deck, and I was telling her that
Well,
Mr.
what
Coots,
evidence do you have other than just your injuries? What other evidence do you have?
I just have evidence to prove what I'm saying and what was said.
Chris Engelby, thank you so much for the super chat. It's going to pop up here, but I see it already, and I'm saying thank you. Thank you so much, Chris. Great supporter of the channel. I so appreciate it. I appreciate each and every one of you for being here, sticking with us, coming past 2 hours when we're watching court all night long. We're going to be going longer than a little bit normal tonight because I'm leaving y'all next week. I will not be here, but you can go back in time and read these or watch these ones. Mayor, again, thank you so much, you guys. Seriously, I'm not. Yay. I don't know if you know, but like, I tell my family daily how many members are in the group and all of that, and they look at me like I am insane. They don't believe me. They really don't. But each and every gift that you give out is so beautiful to me. And look, there's Chris. Thank you, Chris. I love you guys so much.
But what
Said
evidence do you have other than just the medical bills? What other physical evidence do you have?
I submitted a TPO, a temporary.
Cellulite Yoga Pants, thank you. You're switching to Replay Crew. I appreciate you too. You and Chris Engelby are both the top commenters on this channel. If you think to yourself, what? Huh? I am the top commenter on this channel. Well, I'm going to tell you, unless your name is Chris Engelby or Cellulite Yoga Pants, and possibly Vicky, because Vicky does comment a lot, you got to step up your game because they have you beat at the moment. And I love every one of you. But I really love reading your guys' comments in the morning. I love how Cellulite Yoga Pants timestamps things for me. I go watch them again in the morning. I laugh. I love it. Thank you.
Protective order. I also submitted the police report of in question September 24th. I've also submitted evidence. I think I submitted the warrant application. I submitted evidence of Mr. Coot having gone to therapy and therapists diagnosing him with depression. I've submitted evidence from my old attorney, notices of cease and desist.
Okay, so anything else relating to what happened on September 24th? Anything, video, anything that relates to September 24th?
No, Your Honor.
Don't stop donating. Chris, I love it. No, I'm just joking. No, seriously, I really appreciate it.
Don't have any video or anything like that. I just have the where I went to the hospital. I submitted that documentation.
Okay. All right. So counsel, I'm going to go ahead at this time and allow you to cross-examine her. You can begin your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Coot, how are you, ma'am?
I'm doing okay.
Okay. Thanks again for agreeing to speak with me. You said that you submitted some exhibits. One was the warrant application that you took out. Is that right?
Thanks so much, Lizette. Appreciate you being here. Where are you from, by the way, before you leave? Tell me about where you're from, generally. But thank you for joining the Discord and appreciate your expertise. I'm from Canada. I knew a girl named Lizette. That's why I asked. I used to know this girl named Lizette. But maybe, I doubt it's this lady. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it could be. But thank you so much for being here. And thank you for subscribing. I'm pretty sure you subscribe, but thank you for subscribing. I do appreciate it. This family that we have here, I call it my chosen family. We're growing day by day by day, bigger and bigger and bigger. With that, we get knowledge, experience, and expertise in many different areas. So, yeah, if you guys have questions, ask us in the chat. I mean, I'm not a lawyer by any means, but we do have a lot of people to talk to.
Yes,
You have that in front of you, ma'am?
I do.
Okay. In the application,
You grew up in Washington State now, you grew up in South Cali. So I am just north of Seattle in British Columbia, Canada. So sort of close. Love to hear it. I love West Coast people. I am up too late for a lot of my East Coast friends because they have to get up really early to start recording court early in the morning. My Lizette was from British Columbia. Miss Carrie, gifting memberships over here. Thank you, Miss Carrie. Appreciate you so much, guys. Great reminder. Make sure your gifts are turned on, please. Also, that's a great reminder too. We are going to be doing a special members only before I go away. Don't worry, you're not going to miss out on anything. We're going to get extra for members only this week. Thank you again, Miss Carrie. Appreciate you so much. Thank you. She is the accountant of the year, ladies and gentlemen. Accountant of the year, Miss Carrie.
you allege that Mr. Coote caused you bodily harm, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And and here you said that he did that by pushing you in the face with his finger.
I said that by pushing on the top of my head, and yes, pushing me in the face.
Okay. Well, so you wrote in your application that Mr. Coote pushed you on the face with your finger. However, you testified previously that he pushed you on the top of your head. Is that right?
I testified to both. He pushed me on the top of my head, and
Okay.
he also took his index finger and poked me, pushing me backwards.
Okay. All right. And according to you, when he pushed you with his index finger on the top of the head, was that what caused the bulging disc?
When he put his hand on top of my head and pushed down, tried to forcefully push me in the car, yes, that's what caused the bulging disc.
And then what about when he pushed you with his finger in the face? What did that do?
Well, I felt when he pushed me and pushed me backwards, that's a poke, but
As in a Facebook poke? Remember when Facebook used to have pokes and you could poke people that you were flirting with? I don't think they have that anymore. I haven't been on Facebook in a while regularly.
that's pretty much what it did. He put his hands on me by pushing me, poking me with his finger and pushing me backwards. That's also putting his hands on me.
Okay. When you took out the warrant, reading on, it says that Mr. Coote is your ex-husband, and that you swore to the court that the officer observed redness on you. Is that correct?
Well, if
Is that
the
what you wrote?
officer, if
Is
the
that what you wrote
officer,
in your application?
that's what the judge put in the application, yes.
Is that what you told the judge?
I told the judge he poked me
Okay.
with his finger.
Okay. So did the judge make up the redness part, or did you tell him that?
I told him that he pushed me with his finger.
Okay.
He poked me with his finger.
So you never said that the officer observed redness, did you?
I didn't say that.
Okay.
I said he poked me with his finger.
So if someone wrote it here, would that be a lie, or is that?
I didn't see the side of my face to see if there was redness, but he poked me with his finger.
Okay.
And pushed me backwards.
Gotcha. Okay. Now, you also submitted a copy of the incident report? Is that
Yes,
right?
a copy of the police report.
Okay. All right, so in the report, you said that Mr. Coote pushed your head and poked your head in the face with his finger. Is that right?
I said, Mr. Coop put his hand on top of my head, forcefully pushing me in the car. And he also took his index finger and almost poked me in the eye, pushing me back.
The officer that arrived on the scene, he spoke with you?
He initially spoke with Mr. Coop.
Okay, and he spoke with Mr. Coote as well, you said?
He spoke with Mr. Coop first.
Okay, and then who did he speak with second?
He came over to me second, I believe.
Okay, and did he also speak with Mr. Coote's current wife, Carrie?
He told me that
Oh, that one's gonna hurt. Did he also speak with your replacement, his new wife, ma'am? Oh, I think that's what that's what he's asking here. Did he already speak with the better, younger version of you that this guy is now with, or what?
he did.
Okay, did he speak with your daughter, Christina?
Yes, he did.
Um, and did he note in his report whether or not he observed any visible injuries?
The report said he did not observe any visible injuries, but you
Okay.
can't see bulging discs.
Okay,
But I did tell him that I had surgery and Mr. Coote had forcefully pushed me the top of my head, trying to forcefully push me into my car.
okay. Now, did you take pictures of your bulging disc?
I have evidence of my bulging disc. You have to take, yes, I did MRIs. Those are pictures.
Okay, and do you have the photographs? Did you submit those?
I submitted the MRI documentation.
Okay, and those MRI documentation, did you submit the doctor's notes with it as well?
I believe I did. I submitted what they gave to me.
Okay, all right. Now, who's the name of the doctor?
Let's see. Let's see. JKMD. Let me spell this last name. COSTANTINI.
Okay. And in his notes, what does he say caused your bulging disc?
They didn't say what caused the bulging disc. I went and had the MRI because I went to my pain doctor and they have to schedule the MRIs.
Okay. Now you got your results back. Is the doctor here to testify to their findings?
No,
Okay.
I do not have the doctor here.
All right. Did you you have your MRI? Did you take any photographs of your back or any of the redness that you alleged was present?
I didn't allege redness.
Okay.
And again, you can't see bulging disc from the visible eye. That's why MRIs have to be done. So they provided me with a CD of the imaging, but they write a report, and the report is what I provided to the courts.
Okay.
But I do have a CD which of the MRI, and that shows the imaging, but you have to know what you're looking at. That's why they provide a report.
Okay. And so how many times did you go to the MRI doctor or your spine doctor after this incident?
Well, I went and had the MRIs done that showed that I had bulging discs from C3 down to T1 and L3445 in my back.
Okay.
And since then, I have been to my pain doctor.
Did you call the ambulance at the scene? Did you ask for an ambulance when the officer arrived?
No, I told them I was going to go to the hospital on my own.
Okay, so you have a bulging disc, yet you don't call the ambulance?
I did not know I had a bulging disc. That's why the MRI was done. I knew I was in excruciating pain, and
Oh.
that's why I went to the hospital to emergency. And
So at the time of the incident, you say that you were in excruciating pain, yet you didn't call for an ambulance?
no,
Okay.
I
Did you
went
ask
to
the
the
officer
emergency.
did you ask the officer for an ambulance?
No, I told the
How
officer
long
that
how long
Well,
after? the
counsel, let her finish her answer. She can answer yes or no and finish her answer, but allow her to complete the answer if she's still answering, please.
Okay, you want me to re-ask it, Judge?
No, you can, do you remember the question, Ms. Coot?
I told the officer that I would go to the hospital myself. I would drive myself to the hospital. I didn't want to leave my car there at the location that was near Mr. Coot.
So despite being in excruciating pain, you were able to drive your car away? Is that what your testimony is?
Yes,
Okay, and how long after the incident did you go to the doctor's office?
immediately after talking to the police officer. After I was finished talking with the police officer.
You went to the emergency room?
Yes.
Okay.
DeKalb Emory.
How long were you married to Mr. Coot?
That's a tricky question. We got married in 2007. We got an initial divorce in 2006, but it was overturned, and then we got a divorce again in 2019. So it
Hold on, who gets a divorce overturned like that? You can't say it like that. You had to have it overturned for a reason. What? What? Sounds volatile. Let's say that like that. It sounds volatile. Also, people are saying F in the chat if you think it's bullshit. Go ahead and put an F in the chat if you think that it is bullshit.
that's what makes the question kind of tricky. So I was apparently still married to him after the divorce was overturned. People say they never heard of such, but that's what happened.
Okay,
So
and you've known him roughly 15, 20 years, is that fair to say?
yes.
Okay, and how many
15.
times, how many times has he been convicted of domestic violence against you?
I did not file charges against Mr. Coot.
Okay, how many times has he been arrested for domestic violence against you?
Again, I called the police 4 times on Mr. Coot while we were married, but I did not file charges against him.
So the police had visited your residence 4 times while you were together?
For domestic, yes. And that was in 2008.
And not one of those times did they make an arrest?
I did not file charges.
Okay.
I asked them to have him to be removed from the property, and that's what they did. They had him removed from the property. He had to pack a bag of clothes and leave.
Okay, so September 24th, 2023, that would be the 5th time the police came out after your phone call for Mr. Coot without making an arrest. Is that correct? That'd be the 5th time?
Well, I asked that they arrest him that time, and I also filed this 5th time.
Gotcha.
That's the difference. Yeah.
And last thing, you said that you have a custody agreement. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And that custody agreement, you drop your daughter off once, I guess, Mr. Coot, he gets visitation with your daughter twice, 2 weekends a month. Is that right?
2nd and 4th.
Okay. And you drop her off at his house. You drop your daughter off at his house. He drops her back home with you at the end. Is that right?
That is correct. And there are times when it's vice versa, that he will come pick her up and take her to his house. And then I have to go to his house and pick her up to bring her home.
Gotcha. And when did those times occur?
It can recur at any time. If he calls and I'm sorry,
Besides,
I don't understand the question.
I mean, who decides to go against the parenting plan?
Well, it's really not going against the parenting plan as long as it's a pick up, drop off, and he just not always pick her up and bring her back.
Okay. So despite the fact that the parenting plan says that Mr. Coote is supposed to drop her off, you showed up at his house instead. Is that right?
No, that's not correct. Mr.
You
Coote had
didn't
called.
show up at his house?
Mr. Coote had called to come pick our daughter up, and because he was in the area, he came and picked her up, and so I went to his house that Sunday. He picks her up on Friday. That Sunday, I go to his house to pick her up to bring her back home.
Even though the parenting plan says he's supposed to drop her off, correct?
It says that I can take her to his house and he can bring her back home to my house.
Thank you.
But if we decide to switch, that's okay.
All right. And who decided that day? You or Mr. Coote?
Mr. Coote decided to pick her up, so I had to go get her from his house.
Thank you. No further questions, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Let me take a break to ask counsel on the other case, Counsel Morrison, were you able to reach a resolution in your case?
No, ma'am, we were not able to reach a resolution.
And so what I would anticipate is this should maybe take another 30 minutes or.
Okay, guys, one thing I want you to pay attention to here is when she's talking to Counsel Morrison, Stephen Morrison, down in the bottom, my left-hand corner. He said right now, no, ma'am, we have not come to an agreement. We are not able to. Let's see what happens towards the end of these hearings. If they manage with enough time and idle hands and minds to come to an agreement. Interesting.
45 minutes. So if you want to come back at 8.
At 8?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That way you don't have to just wait unnecessarily. If you would like to, you could just come back at 8.
All right. I'll be happy to do that.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'll see you at 8.
Okay. Thank you. And Ms. Rainey, if you can unmute yourself just briefly and let me know yes or no if you were able to reach a resolution.
No, ma'am, we were not.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. And then Ms. McClinton, did you come back in?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, were y'all able to reach a resolution?
Yes, ma'am.
You were?
Yes.
What is that resolution so I can put it in writing?
That I will not go through her yard to go to my mailbox.
Okay, and that's something that you believe that you can do?
Yes, I can walk around.
Okay, so you do understand, and let me have you sworn in first. Raise your right hand, Ms. McClinton. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
And to state your name for the record.
Denise McClinton.
And Ms. McClinton, is your testimony under oath that you agree that you will not be on any part of Ms. Charmaine Phillips' property?
Correct.
And you understand, again, under oath that should you not do that, you're being officially put on notice that she doesn't want you there. And so you would be officially in violation of the law, and she would just simply need to come back to swear out a warrant if you were to walk on her property again, since she's indicated she does not want you on any part of her property.
So what part is all of her property? Because like her property is next to my mailbox.
Okay. You said that you were unable to get to your mailbox without being on her property. Is that correct?
I mean, if I come from another direction, I won't be. But if I come from a different direction, I will be, because it's kind of her grass is where my mailbox, where I walk up to the mailbox. And this is a
So you said
subdivision.
that
So
there is a way that you can access your mailbox without having to actually step foot on her property, though. Is that correct?
correct.
Okay, and you're agreeing that you will choose to go that way every time so that you don't have to step foot on her property.
Yes.
Okay, Mrs. Phillips, is that what you were wanting, that she not encroach upon your property for any reason?
Yes, that's correct. And in order to have the dogs on my property, again, she would be on the property, so that would be redundant. And she also agreed not to do any property damage to my property, which she couldn't do if she was on the property. So I guess we've covered all the issues. And just to clarify, my property is on the end, but that part of the grass does belong to the mailbox area. And part of it is mine. So as long as she accesses the mailbox from the street, like everyone else, instead of coming through the grassy area, there wouldn't be a problem.
Okay, so I believe that's what she's indicated. So she will not be on any part of your property, and you put her on notice through this forum that if she should return to any part of your property, that you will seek to revive warrants. So that being taken care of, I will write all of that up and put that in a dismissal order. So again, Ms. McClinton, make sure you access the mailbox from the street, not from the grass, and that you don't step on her property, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. So both of you can be excused. I will issue that dismissal with that, with those requirements for the dismissal.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Have a good rest of the night. And give me just 1 second, everyone else. I want to make sure I write all of this down correctly.
She's writing it down, ladies and gentlemen. I got some ginger ale. What are you drinking tonight? Tell me what you're drinking. Tell me what you're drinking. I want to know. Mine doesn't have any booze in it, but that's because I took the shots over there. No, seriously though. Ginger ale. That's what I'm drinking. Ginger ale doesn't have caffeine in it, and that's unique. I think that's pretty cool. It was invented in Canada, I believe. Anyways, this judge, like I said, this is Manning-esque in the sense that she is jumping from hearing to hearing, don't take no shit, but also isn't as cool as Judge Manning is. Yeah. This is Canada. This is not Canada Dry, is it? I gotta go look in the fucking fridge to make sure what kind this is. I don't want to lie. What am I thinking? Of course it's Canada Dry. Canada Dry, ladies and gentlemen. Drinking it in Canada, 140 calories per 375 milliliters, made from
Okay, so
real
getting
ginger.
back to
Judge, fucking talking. Like, honestly, I'm tired of being interrupted by judges. Sometimes it's rude, to be honest. It's rude. I was explaining that this is made from real ginger, 100% natural flavor, proudly bottled in Canada, and explains here that there is, no caffeine in it. Okay, let me see what other people are drinking, because I love to know what we're all drinking together. Because once again, It's as if we're in the living room together, watching together. So Miss Carrie's drinking 0 Dr. Pepper, strawberries, and cream. Miss Carrie, they don't even have that in Canada. I don't know how to respond to that, but if you like it, I like it for you. Jody's saying Canada Dry. Girls what does WAU basketball stand for? Like, can you explain that to me for a second? But you're drinking Red Bull? Okay. Still over 8 hours on shift. Holy shit. Hayden, I don't know what you're talking about. Canada Dry, Mayor says. Water, Gary. Fuck. Hail Hydrate. You're on the ball. Caffeine-free Diet Coke, Mayor. Is that in the gold can? The gold can? I don't like that one that much. There is no other ginger ale, Jody says. Absolutely truth. Absolutely truth. There is a pretender who is called Schweppes, but they are a pretender and only a pretender. Water, USA Water, Canada Dry tastes like love. Blood. Courtney's drinking blood. Courtney, do you think that my blood would taste really good because it's O negative? I have O negative blood, and I'm not joking you. The Canadian Blood Services Agency calls me approximately 1 time per week to ask me if I've decided to stop smoking marijuana yet and will be willing to donate my very valuable blood. And the answer is always no, I have not. And if you want it, fucking take it. But I'm not stopping smoking.
The case at hand with the Coots. Mrs. Kathy Coot, if you have your witness, you'll need to call your witness. You can get your daughter, you can call her to come in the room with you, or you can have her testify from a different device, but you can go get your daughter so that she can testify now.
Ooh, if we're ranking my years of blood based on the years, I'm going to say that 2023 was what I would call a premium vintage of my O negative blood. I accomplished so much this year. I managed to get 2, count them, 2 YouTube channels monetized. One was demonetized, but one is still monetized. I actually think that that is very good. I'm proud of myself for doing that. I'm proud of all of you for following me and for being here. Lizette's back. No stopping the weed smoking or edibles. Ginger ale she's drinking. I get it, Lizette. I'm Canadian. I used to manage a dispensary. We are going to start in the new year doing Weed Wednesdays where we're going to talk about weed specifically. So keep that in mind as it comes up. If you would like to send me weed to smoke, I would really like that. How wishful thinking does that? Send me weed/money/makeup in the mail and I will be happy to use it. Also, honestly, so Miss Carrie's written AAU stands for the Amateur Athletic Union. It is a nonprofit, volunteer-based organization that offers kids and teens a way to compete against the best athletes across 41 sports programs. That's awesome. I really appreciate that. I have told you guys before that I played youth girls soccer from the age of 4 until I was 17. I coached my daughter's soccer team for 1 year before she quit. And she didn't want to keep doing it. It was for me. I wasn't going to make her live my dream. But I more than appreciate people that keep themselves and their kids involved in sports. It's a great way to diversify your children and their worldview. So, for example, I was bullied a lot in school. I went to a very small school. We had 100 kids per 7 grades, from kindergarten to the 7th grade. So actually, that's 8 grades. And so that means you're going to school with basically the same kids for a long time. And it can feel very like, this is my world. But something that actually really, really helped me was the fact that every single week, on the weekends, I went and played soccer. And later on during the week, I went and had practice with all these girls from different schools on my soccer team. And it really put into perspective before I even realized that I was needing perspective about that the world is not what you see. The world is not the school, the workplace, the house around you, but it is bigger. And when you give kids that realization that, hey, this person likes me, even though they don't go to school with me or they don't know this about me, you actually really, really, really help them. I think that it's important to try and help any children to get involved in something that they believe in and are passionate about, even if it means saying to them, like, fucking pick something out of the wall. We have the internet these days, kid. So let me find it for you. I shit you not. The realization that no matter what people say to you at school, that there are other people that you can go to that they're not going to say that, or it's different there. It really broadens the world for somebody. And the reality about the world is that it is bigger than any of us can imagine. And even though each of us are our own main character in our world, um, you can find your way, you know. It does get better. I mean, for me, I honestly, people called me Parsley a lot. They were really mean to me about my name. Um, I'm outspoken. I often engage teachers and kids. I remember very often in class, other kids being like, "Oh, Paisley, would you shut up?" And honestly, no, I wouldn't. I would not shut up. I would continue talking. I very often got sent to the principal's office, sometimes on purpose, because I realized that it was a better place for me to be. But in reality, if I had only been at that school and only been reinforced by those people around me and hadn't had people from other parts of the world, even my small city, saying, hey, you're good at this, you do that, come meet me here, I want to be your friend, might have been different, you know? Um, Kids need to know that the world is broader than you realize when you're younger. And actually, it's a good lesson to learn as an adult, too. When you look up and you take off your blinders and you are allowed to see peripherally and see the bigger picture, you recognize that, hey, what I do is important to me, but it's important to me because I am me. And it's not necessarily what everybody else is thinking about. I mean, honestly, that realization is what let me go to the gym instead of working out by myself in the middle of the night. Realizing that the people around me are focused on them and not on my outfit, my gut, my lack of stamina, XYZ, you know? And that's a lesson that all of us can learn, is that if you don't start somewhere, you'll never get anywhere, right?
Okay, Your Honor.
If you don't start somewhere, you'll never get anywhere. It sounds like a song that someone with more talent could write.
Okay. And can you raise your right hand for me?
Hold hold on. This is a child. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I'm just going to take her place here. We don't need that. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are new here, here's a great lesson on how I feel about bringing children into court. Don't fucking do it. Do not make me make my Zoom screen have to cover them up, because I will do it. I'll fucking do it. I'm going to do it right now. Don't bring your children into court.
Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can place your hand down, and you do understand that we are in a court hearing today, and that means that you have to tell the truth, even if you think that it's going to make either your mom or your dad upset. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you comfortable doing that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you comfortable testifying with your parents right there? Would you like to be able to talk to me without your parents around for a moment?
Yes, ma'am.
Which one? Do you want to just, are you okay with your parents being here? Or would you like to talk to me for a second without the parents?
I'm okay with my mom being here.
Okay. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to let your mom ask you some questions first. And mom, if you don't mind, I'll need to be able to see both of you at the same time.
Okay.
So perfect. And then I'll let your mom ask you some questions. And then also, let's see. And if you can just adjust it a little bit, Miss Coot, because I can't see both of you all the way. I need to be able to see both of your faces, entire faces while I'm doing this.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. Or you can probably adjust the camera if it's easier for you so you don't have to be in an uncomfortable position. Carrie, your mother is, I'm sorry, Christina, your mom is going to ask you some questions. And I want you to answer them as truthfully as you can. And then the attorney is going to ask you some questions and I want you to answer those questions, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and mom, what I need you to do is you cannot suggest the answer with a question. So for example, I cannot ask someone, was it raining whenever you left the house? Because that implies that it was raining. I can ask that person, what was the weather whenever you left the house? But I can't say, was it raining? Because that again suggests that that is the answer. I can't tell someone, did you see whenever the truck hit me? I can instead say, did you see anything whenever you walked out of your door that morning? You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, perfect. So with that understanding in mind, you can go ahead and ask Christina some questions.
Okay. Christina, on September 24th, 2023, when
Actually, ma'am, before you start asking Christina questions, I need to say something here. Again, unfortunately, there are times and places where children are required to testify in court, aka they are the only witness available to provide this information, aka it is a matter of true security, life and death, seriousness. But at this point in time, this is a civil warrant application. Okay. And I'm sorry, but it takes major points off for me to have to see this woman right here who's beside me because I'm covering up her child because she is not. That's a bother to me. Okay. A big bother. And again, I'm not against the court system utilizing every witness resource possible avenue of truth that they can. However, this should have been done in chambers. I do not understand this. I don't understand the absolute just heartbreaking reality of saying to a child, "Hey, testify against your father about your mother," or testify against your mother about your father. And Miss Carrie puts in a really good point. So the mom is asking questions while the kid's right there and her little legs and whatever is off the screen. She could be pinching her, kicking her, pushing her, pointing to the PlayStation saying, if you don't fucking say that, you know what's going to happen. I told you. Allegedly, in my opinion, it could also not be happening, but the reality is that it could be. And I just don't like it. Chris, take care. We'll see you. We'll be here for a little bit.
I came to your father's house to pick you up, what did you observe?
I observed that my dad came outside with a fit of rage. He was in a fit of rage and he threatened my mom.
Okay, immediately. I froze? Oh, wait, I'm not on the screen. Oh. Weird. But immediately I'm noting that, can you hear me at least, Hayden? That she's saying fit of rage, which is not a term for that age, right? Not a term for that age. Also, Miss Carrie, you're right. Bad people with other intentions can see that. It does sound rehearsed, H&W. Thank you for being here. It sounds coached. I mean, again, I'd like to point out to a lot of us in the chat, especially if we are Court Watchers Anonymous, you come to the meetings every Sunday, JMAT. You and I both know what a rehearsed testimony sounds like versus a legitimately brought forward honest testimony sounds like. And honestly, come on, this sounds so rehearsed, right? And Jody, you make a really good point. In cases where there is inappropriate contact with children and there's SA involved, they need to come forward and testify sometimes because they are the only witness. And yes, they are brave. And yes, that is necessary. And yes, that is different than this. Also, my brain goes, you froze? I didn't freeze. My picture had moved. I literally looked over where my picture normally was and realized that I turned it off. I've turned it back on. She's covered up again. Let's hear what she has to say.
By saying, I'm a beat your ASS. And so my dad, he had grabbed my mother's head and he tried to push it down into her car.
Did you observe your dad do anything else?
Yes, ma'am. He had used his index finger and tried to poke my mom and her.
Which one of us doesn't believe that she practiced this first? Come forth in the chat and explain to me how you believe that this child came up with phrases such as fit of rage and pointed his index finger. I'm being serious. If you believe that, tell me that, because I want to know what your mindset is. Because without a doubt, I can hear that in this, and it actually makes me ache. I am a woman who's gone through a divorce with a child. Would I ever put my child through this? You're fucking nuts if you think that would happen. You are fucking nuts. Like, seriously. This kills me. This absolutely kills me. All I want to do is hug that girl and tell her that her mommy and her daddy love her and that they are both immature little babies and they don't know how to handle their emotions, and that one day she will grow up to be a better mommy or daddy than them and that she will do well. But that right now they aren't capable of putting her first. And that's the reality here. Because neither of these people are putting this child first. First, the person bringing them forth to testify, making me have to move my fucking camera to cover this Zoom screen. Do you know that takes me work? Okay. And then again, the other parent who's not just objecting, or just acquiescing to whatever this situation is so that we can deal with it. This is atrocious on both ends. Neither of them are thinking of this child. They're both thinking of their own egos. And I say for shame.
Yeah, he tried to poke my mom in her eye.
Did you talk to the police officer and when they arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you tell the police officer?
I told the police officer the exact same events that happened, which was my dad trying to forcefully push my mom's head into her vehicle. I also had told the police officer that my dad had also used his index finger to
Okay, I'm gonna tell you guys this because I'm watching her. I'm not going to put her on the YouTube. She is very obviously reading something. Her eyes are moving back and forth. She's looking at a computer screen. She's in front of it. She's it's it's painfully obvious to me. And again, guys, first of all, I want to say first, I am a mother of a teenage child. She's 15 years old. Secondly, I used to run a mommies group. We had 500 local moms. We used to run events every day of the week. And I talked to many, many moms about many, many, many things. Okay. This literally breaks my heart because she will never forget this. She will never forget the preparation. Like her mother is leading up to this event, right? In her mind, this is the most important thing that has ever happened to them, is getting this civil warrant application against this guy. But in reality, whatever prep work went into this, and I guarantee you there was prep work. If it was even reading it through once, even saying you're going to read this off the screen, even saying you need to say this, whatever it was, there was something. And when that child matures, and I hope she does, I hope she gets to the point where she sits back on her life and looks in the rear view mirror and says, oh my God, my mom was sick, you know? In my opinion, allegedly, like that's the only thing I can think of. I can't tell you, like my ex-husband and I didn't have a beautiful divorce. It wasn't happy, everybody hugging and kissing all the time. There was mean things said. But in front of her, no. Brought to court with her, absolutely never. And impacting her life, not a goddamn chance. I'll take a loss on whatever it is that you think that is up for it. I realize now as an adult who went through that with parents who fought, one parent, let's be realistic here. In my life, it was one parent who fought. I had one parent who tried to acquiesce to everything and one parent who was absolutely unreasonable. And guess which parent I talk to now and which parent I don't. It's pretty obvious.
Basically, push my mom a little bit back.
Who else observed this?
My stepmother, Carrie, she had came outside to the deck, and my baby sister was out on the deck also. She was crying. My baby sister was.
How old is your baby sister?
My baby sister is 2 years old.
Sweetheart, I'm crying. Seriously, I'm crying.
Do you know why your dad tried to push your mom's head down and poke her with his finger?
Because my dad was in a fit of rage between a conversation.
Nope. I wonder if idiot parents that coach their children to say things like this realize just how off and obvious it sounds. Again, we watch court all the time. We are watching these cases and maybe we are more nuanced and able to detect it, but I have to hope that the judge can sense it too. This child has now said fit of rage 3 times. Honestly, I don't know a child that says that. I do not know it. And Lizette has said something we learned in parenting class. You never put the kids in between the two of you. And honestly, Lizette, absolutely true. But people that are so, I guess, hurt. I actually don't know because I personally, I've been hurt, and yet my daughter comes first. I've been scared, and yet my daughter comes first. I've been angry, and yet my daughter comes first. I've been insulted, and yet my daughter comes first. Again, as an adult, once I had my own child, I found it a little bit disturbing about my own childhood, um, because I found it so simple to not expose her to things like that. Never would. Never ever would. I was, and it wasn't fair. And it shows a lack of maturity on the parents that are involved there. Um, I did grow up thinking that that was actually the way that all families were, because that's the way my family was. I only grew up in a house, well, basically from the age of like 5 on. My parents were divorced and my mom was fighting viciously. Um, she demonized my stepmother to us. And nowadays, do you know who I talk to more than my mom? My stepmom. Uh, when you are responsible for a child, I implore you to really think hard about the fact that you may be a role model for that child, that that child may look up to you and they don't know or think that you have done horrible, bad things in your life. And please try and live up to that or ask for help. Um, Hate isn't fun for kids and it's not fun for families. And if you make, like, honestly, if you actually refuse to fight with somebody, you win. You absolutely win. If they never get you to fight, you can absolutely win every single time. And I again guarantee you this. I don't care how many times you took them to Disneyland, how many times the dad or mom showed up late for visitation. In the end, the remembering of their childhood will not be centered upon how many days per week they were with each person, but rather how they felt while they were there and how that person treated their other parent. And honestly, um, we all can be better. That's the truth of that matter, is that we can all be better.
And me, my dad, and my mom had all together while we were on the phone.
And had your mom got to the house at the time that y'all had this conversation on the phone?
No, ma'am, but I remember that you were going to pick me up that day.
Did your mom, after talking to the police, where did you and your mom go?
After talking with the police, wait, what was the question?
After talking to the police.
See, and right there, again, she was stumbled up. She knows there's a proper answer to give, and she realizes, I don't know the right answer to say here. What? That's not this poor wee baby. It makes me really sad, to be honest with you, because like, I became a mother at 19 years old. Okay, I didn't know shit, and I made a lot of mistakes. But I never ever would put my daughter through something like this. You couldn't, I mean, honestly, I don't think you could pay me to do it. I think I would just pull out, because I know what it's going to do to her. She's going to relive this all night long. If she didn't spend all day practicing what she's supposed to say, she's going to go over every part of this conversation all night, imagining, because no matter what the answer is here, is her mom going to be happy enough with her? Is her dad going to be happy enough with her? Who's going to be mad at her? Like, my heart breaks. My heart breaks.
Where did you and your mom go?
We went to the hospital.
Did you go to the hospital with your mom?
Yes, ma'am.
Was your mom in pain?
Yes, ma'am.
What did she say was hurting her?
Her back and her neck.
Did they examine your mom at the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
Ugh. Now part of me is just getting angry. Is this really your best witness to get this evidence in? You fucking piece of shit, allegedly, in my opinion. Come at me and explain why you're not.
Were you there when they examined her?
Yes, ma'am.
Did they give her anything to take?
Yes, ma'am.
What did they give your mom to take?
I believe it was pills to take.
Do you know what the pills were?
To they were for to reduce the pain.
In 2021, did you and your mom go to Florida?
I can't recall going to Florida.
You don't recall going to Florida?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, that's all I have at this time. I can't. But I'd like
That's
to
fine.
reserve.
Okay, so the attorney can go ahead and ask some questions at this time.
Thank you.
Okay, and if this attorney, okay, so if I was an attorney, I'm not, but if I was an attorney, what I would say at this exact moment was, thank you, Your Honor. We obviously do not think it's appropriate for a child of this age to be testifying. We have no further questions. Would this witness be excused? And I think that would be a fucking mic drop power moment. Like, no, we're not going to question her to see what her mom coached her on. And are you joking that a child's going to say, I don't recall or I can't recall? No way. No way. And I'm telling you guys, I'm not showing this child specifically. I am covering her right now with my specific picture, but I'm telling you right now, she's sitting in front of a monitor, reading back and forth.
Hi, Christina.
Hello.
All right, thanks for taking some time to answer some of our questions. Okay. Your mom, when you left your father's house, did you see her get into the car?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you, when you got to the hospital, did you go straight to the hospital?
Yes, sir.
And did you see her get out of the car?
Yes, sir.
Did you have to help her out?
No, sir.
Oh, did any medical staff have to rush to the car to escort her out of the vehicle?
No, sir. We had walked on our own to the hospital
Okay.
and inside of it.
All right. And so when you walked in, did someone put a wheelchair underneath of her?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How long
Yes, sir. Sorry.
okay. How long after you got inside did they give her a wheelchair?
I don't recall for how long. I just remember that she was in a wheelchair. She was placed in a wheelchair for a little bit of time.
After a while.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so not immediately. All right, so after that, did your mom have to wear a neck brace?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, now, did you, you obviously you saw what happened. Did you observe any redness?
No, no, sir.
No redness, okay. And now you said that when your mom and your father, when they were interacting, let's say, did this occur in front of the car or did this occur on the back porch?
So the whole cover, you mean when the incident happened?
Yeah. Was it in the back porch or was it next to the car?
It was, well, the conversation really started when me, my dad, and myself, we were on the phone together in my room. And so when my mom had come to pick me up, my dad, Carrie, and my baby sister was there also. But my dad, he went downstairs towards the car, my mom's vehicle.
Mhm.
And that's when the incident took place.
Where were you when that happened?
I was in the car.
Were you in the passenger seat?
Yes, sir. I was in front.
Oh, you were in the front when that happened? Okay. All right. Now, did anything occur on the back porch or all of this happened next to the car?
All of this happened next to the car.
Got it. Now I understand. Okay. All right. Now, let's see. You spoke with the officer?
Yes, sir.
You told him the same thing you told us today, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. No further questions. Thank you, Christina. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay, so Christina, if you don't mind, if you can go back into another room in the house where you're not able to hear what's going on, and I'll let you know if I need to hear from you again tonight. Thank you for talking to us.
Yes, ma'am, and you're welcome.
And just let me know, Miss Coot, whenever she's out of hearing range.
Okay, she's out of hearing range.
Okay. Did you have any other witnesses, or was that all that you had?
You're asking me if I have any other witnesses?
Yes, ma'am.
I on the report.
What? I thought that my daughter would be like the star witness and you would be like, oh my God, did he really do that? Oh, guilty. Can you lock him up forever? Like, seriously, ma'am, what the fuck did you just think was going to happen? I'm, again, beyond disappointed. This happens a lot when we watch courts where there are families involved and a parent is really putting their own needs before their child's. That is basically all that is asked of you as a parent. I know it sounds simple, but in reality, when you boil it down, it is putting somebody else's needs ahead of your own. And nobody on this screen just did that, except me. I had to move my camera. Did you see that? That took work.
That I filed, I put Carrie Coot because she witnessed what happened.
Okay. All right, so I believe she's going to be called by the defense. So what we'll do then this time, counsel, I'll go ahead and switch to you then. Mrs. Coot will call the other Mrs. Coot in, Miss Carrie Coot. And she, Madam Clerk, can we let her in, please?
So I believe we're coming up to the point where we actually started last night. So if any of you weren't here last night, we watched bond court with Dismissal Dan from Clayton County, Georgia. Super fun time. We love it. Dismissal Dan does the big D a lot. He gives us the big D. But I started out because this was live yesterday and I did not have the whole video. And I was thinking, oh, fuck, we're going to miss it. And this is pretty juicy. Like, I want to get some of this. I did not realize the kid had just testified. I'll be totally honest with you on that. Where I started listening is about right here. So I pulled this up live and I'm listening going, oh my God, this is pretty good. Civil warrant hearings. Yeah, it's been going for an hour and an hour and a bit, but these can go for a while. And if any of you were here last night, I was late and I pulled this up right away. We started watching it. And then Mikey of Credence and Mikey pops in the chat and says, I'm recording this. And I was like, oh, well, as long as somebody's recording it, then that's totally fine. And so we stopped watching it and he thankfully got it to me today. And that's why we're watching the entire thing. Because again, these are, I think, important hearings to watch and see how people are using the judicial system. Yeah, what was the Florida question all about, Hayden? What a great question. Like, did you go in 2021? Did you go with your mother to Florida? That was such an obscure question. Your mindset is very attorney-like because why? What was the point? What wasn't elicited that should have been? What did she want to elicit with that answer or question? Very, very interesting. I personally am going to say something about, and this is my personal opinion. Most of the things I say on here are, I have seen other judges take a stronger stance against children testifying in court unnecessarily. Judge Manning, Judge Dude, even. I have literally seen Judge Dude refuse and been like, no, I'm not going to fucking listen to a kid. And I respect him for that. No matter how many days he goes in between washing his hair, I respect him for doing that. Who else? I've seen a couple other judges who really, really reject having children testify in front of them. The standard, like in family court, it's different, but those judges are trained. They do it in chambers. It's done under a certain set of parameters. What I'm talking about are in regular court proceedings that we tend to catch and watch that for some reason, some judges, like Judge Neal here, she didn't even ask the age of that child. But based on what I saw of her, she couldn't be over 12 years old. Again, I really am. I'm almost weighting it against, like, that testimony to me, if I was a judge, would be weighted against the mother because she brought it forward like that. Like, it just is fishy to me. And maybe that's why I'm not a judge, but maybe hopefully that's how judges are, because I do believe that they should be looking at it with a critical eye, realizing, no. This is not how we do. Okay. It would be totally different if this child was the only fucking person that could testify about this stuff. But this child was just testifying about what medication the mother took in the hospital. I'm sorry, get your fucking medical records. Fucking admit those. Get a doctor.
Okay, let's see. I don't know that I see her yet. Okay, and so Miss Carrie Clute, if you're in, once you get in, you can unmute yourself and raise your right hand. Okay, so Miss Coote, do you swear and affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay, state
So
your
do
full
I.
name for the record.
Carrie Bonita Coote.
Okay, so the attorney will ask you some questions first, and then Mrs. Kathy Coote may ask you some questions later. So counsel, you can go ahead and begin.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Coote, how are you?
I'm good, thanks.
All right. Ms. Coote, how do you know Mr. Omar Coote?
He's my husband.
All right. How long have you been married?
Since December 2020.
Okay. And while you were married, have you ever called the police on him for domestic violence?
Never.
Have you ever taken out a restraining order on him?
Never.
And do you know him to be a violent person?
No.
And to your knowledge, has he ever been arrested for any crime?
No.
Do you know Kathy Coote?
I know of her.
You know of her? And how do you know of her?
Whoops, I forgot to unmute. I'm just going to point out that this guy has such a type that it seems to revolve around the beginning letter of their name. They're both K's. Did he just want to keep all of his initial items? He was like, actually, in the divorce, I would really like everything that is labeled O and K or K and O, because I happen to know that my next wife will also be a K name.
I just know that she is his ex-wife.
Okay. And on the day, I guess the afternoon, or evening rather, of September 24th, 2023, around 6 p.m., do you recall where you were?
I was on my back deck of my house.
Okay. And all right. And around 6 o'clock, were you carrying your youngest, I guess your infant child at the time?
I wasn't carrying her, but she was next to me. She was
Okay.
yeah.
Close. All right. And you were on your back porch. What did you observe?
I saw Kathy Coote pull up in her car.
Okay. And she pulled up the driveway and she parked in front of the house. What did she do?
She pulled up and was aligned with our back deck at the back of the house. She pulled up around and was aligned with our back deck.
All right. And when she parked her car, what happened next?
Omar came out with his daughter Christina, holding her bags because she just stayed with us for the weekend, and they walked together down the stairs. We have some stairs leading from our back deck, and he walked her down to her mother's car, put her bags in the back of the car, and while he was doing that, Kathy had gotten out of the car and was standing at the driver's side with the door open. And they began to argue, and a few minutes later, she started to yell up to me. I was still on the deck, and she started to yell up to me that she knew Omar had secrets, and she knew his secrets, and that I should call her. And then he told her to. Sorry?
How did you respond to her?
I didn't say anything during this whole time, and I never said a word.
Is that because this behavior is not unusual?
No, it's because I was just I was surprised at what was happening, and no questions were asked of me. Nothing was directed. Like she didn't ask me anything, so I didn't have to answer anything.
Understood. What happened next?
He asked her to get off of the property, and she continued yelling, and so he called the police, and she basically hung around until the police arrived.
Okay. What do you mean hung around? Did she just
in her car? Christina was in the car. They had the door closed, and they pretty much sat in the car.
Did they stay in your driveway?
For about 10 minutes, and then they moved to we got kind of a really long driveway, and then after about 10 minutes, they moved to the bottom of it.
Humble brag. We have like a super long driveway. It's like, I mean, honestly, Judge, we have to pay people to shovel it because like we would never. And honestly, we have a gate at the end of the driveway too because we don't want the riffraff in. I'm joking, but there are people here with like long driveways, but I'll tell you the truth, when I drive down, and that's usually in the mountains. I live in a rainforest, and there are mountains all around. And let's say you drive into a little bit of a rural area and there's mountains and stuff. Sometimes I look at the driveways and I think to myself, well, fuck, could you fucking live there in the winter? Like, would it be feasibly possible? Because right now it's July and I'm psyching myself up to drive up this driveway, even though it's dry as fuck and there's not any risk of ice or anything like that. My tires are good. I wouldn't. I mean, how would you get groceries? Like, I have so many questions.
Gotcha. Okay. And when the officer I guess, all right.
Hold on, I can't hear it now. What the fuck? I was just hearing it and now I'm not.
The police arrived.
Okay. What do you mean hung around? Did she just?
In her car, Christina was in the car. They had the door closed and they pretty much sat in the car
Did they stay in your driveway?
for about 10 minutes, and then they moved to the. We got kind of a really long driveway, and then after about 10 minutes, they moved to the bottom of it.
Gotcha. Okay. And when the officer, I guess, all right. So I guess at that point the officer arrived. Is that right? Okay. So prior to the officer arriving, did you observe any physical confrontation between the two?
No,
Was Omar Coot, did he push Miss Kathy Coot
no,
with his finger?
no.
Did Kathy Coot, did she push Omar Coot?
Okay, I have two things to say. One, I'm not going to dox the person, but I definitely worked with a woman named Kathy Coots before, spelt totally differently. But I'm just going to tell you right now, the Kathy Coots that I worked with would have kicked all the people on this screen's ass, including mine back in the day. She was like the most straight ass, dead ass redhead lady that I used to work with. And she would not fucking stand for any of this part at all. She's the type of lady that you start telling her a story, and if it's partly boring partway through, she'd be like, I don't want to hear the rest of your story. I'm on my smoke break. Can you be quiet? Like, that was Kathy Coots. Anyways, this is again ridiculous. But imagine somebody hired a lawyer. A lawyer's making money off this. I guess bravo, somebody's making money off of it. Good reminder, if you haven't yet, please like the video, even if you don't like the people in it, including them or me or these girls. Go ahead and hit the like button to prove to me that you don't. Okay?
No,
Did you observe any visible injuries to Miss Kathy Coot?
no, I didn't.
Did you observe any redness?
No, I did not.
Did it appear to you that she had any difficulty walking after the verbal exchange?
No,
Okay. Did you have any trouble getting into her car?
no,
Getting out of her car?
no.
All right. And that's all, Your Honor. Thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Hiya, the original Lexa. Thanks for being here. Make sure that you're subscribed, turn the gift notification or gift settings on, and like the video. If you really don't like it at the end, there is a process. You can submit a comment, and in that comment, you can state in all caps letters, I dislike this video, and I will officially log it on my disliked video list. And that's not a lie. I have a book about that. If you take the time to write in all caps that in a comment of a video that you do dislike the video, I specifically take note of that and review them. So instead of not hitting the like button, go ahead and use our process here. Also, if you're just getting here, go ahead and tell me what you had for dinner. If you didn't like what you had for dinner, go ahead and tell me what you wish you had for dinner. Most of the people that hang out here, I'm going to be totally honest with you, and these statistics are great for right now for the channel, but we have like 76% of the watch time is provided by subscribers because y'all are awesome, okay? As we grow and grow and grow, which we will and will and will, that statistic will change dramatically. But as of right now, I barely have to remind you guys to subscribe. But commenting is so fucking free and so fucking easy. I love it. You wouldn't believe how happy I get in the morning when I see comments. Original Lexa. First of all, Original Lexa, what do you want me to call you? OL, OGL, Lexa? What do you want? And you had salad with fried chicken. Okay, I like it. I'm going to guess that you're in America, but tell me Tell me where. Mayor had buffalo chicken pizza. Was it on an English muffin, Mayor? Because I know that lately you have been working with English muffin bases for your pizzas, and there's no shame in that. Oh, Lexa's great. Perfect. Well, nice to see you, Lexa. Till recently, I had like this weird fear of tomato sauce because like when the skins in tomato sauce get rolled up and there's like they look like little tiny spikes of tomatoes on pizza dough. As a child, somehow I convinced myself those were needles. I was like, those are tomato needles. Those are going to poke you and kill you and infect you with tomatoes. And so I never ate pizza as a kid. And as an adult, I begrudgingly ate pizza. And then when I began to be like, oh my God, maybe I should try and like pizza. I started like getting light sauce. And then eventually I made my own sauce and realized, oh my God, that's just rolled up tomato skin and it's okay. You're going to be fine. But barbecue sauce was my savior as a kid because even if they have a shit white sauce, generally there's a standard barbecue sauce that you can get on a pizza. And we all know that chicken, pineapple, and onion hold up robustly to a barbecue sauce, beef bone soup. Marielle, I had miso soup. I've been making homemade miso soup this week. Really proud of that, actually. I have left out the dashi because I did, but I have put in some roasted seaweed ahead of time to add some of that, and I add MSG. But I added mushrooms today, and so I've been eating off my soup pot, I guess, on the stove all day. But it's very good. I love soup during this time of year.
Okay, Mrs. Coote, Miss Kathy Coote, if you have any questions for Miss Carrie Coote, you can ask those questions now.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Carrie.
Hello.
How long have you known Omar Coote?
Since known him since August 2016.
And you said you and Mr. Coote was married December 2022.
2020.
2020. Okay. So you've known him since 2016. Was
Correct.
Mr. Coote divorced?
Yeah. As far as I know, yes.
What year, as far as you're aware of, was Mr. Coote divorced?
I honestly don't know. I just know that when I met him, he was divorced. I don't know what year you and him were divorced. I just know that when I came along in 2016, you were divorced.
So you were not aware that he was married.
Okay, so Ms. Coote, we're not going to get into any of that information. I have four other hearings I'm going to have to get to today, so it has to be laser focused on what happened on September 24th.
Okay. On September 24th, when I came to pick up Christina, you said you was on the back deck.
Yeah.
So how far was the deck from my car?
25 meters.
And you were standing, is the deck above the car or is it low? Do you have a high deck or a low deck?
A high deck with stairs leading up to the deck, and I can see down onto the drive. It's high.
Okay. And did you observe what took place between Kathy and Omar in terms of what he said to her verbally? Did you hear?
Honestly, I didn't hear very much. I just heard when Kathy began yelling up to me on top of the deck.
And what did Kathy yell to you on top of the deck?
That she knows secrets about Omar, and she was putting her hand up to her face like this, saying, "Call me, girl, call me. I've got all of his secrets." That's all I recall her saying to me.
And you don't recall anything else?
I don't. I was just in shock. I was just in shock that you guys were arguing on my back driveway.
But you couldn't hear what your husband, Omar, was saying, but you could hear what Kathy was saying.
When she began yelling up to me, I heard what she was saying, but I didn't hear what she was saying to Omar.
But you did not hear Omar because when he was yelling, you couldn't hear him.
No.
Did you observe Omar put his hand on top of Kathy's head?
No.
Did you observe Omar take his index finger and push Kathy, almost poking her in her eye?
No.
Have you ever met Miss Coote?
Kathy Coote.
Ex?
To speak to, no, I see her when we do drop-offs and pickups with Christina, but I've never had a face-to-face conversation, no.
Your Honor, that's all I have for Miss Coote.
Okay, so Mrs. Coote, we're going to place you back in a private meeting room. Please make sure you do not listen to any of the other testimony, and we'll call you back in if we should need you, but we're going to place you back in that private room right now.
Okay.
Thank you. Oh, well, actually, hold on one second. Counsel, do you have any follow-up questions for her?
No, Your Honor, I appreciate it. One request, if I could have 60 seconds in a breakout room.
Yeah, you can have 60 seconds in a breakout room while I take 60 seconds to say goodnight to Chris Barton and thank you for coming around. Also, great reminder. It's a med check time, folks. Med check, med check, med check. What a med check means is, do you take meds? Well, if you do, think about when you need to take them / when you did take them, all that kind of jazz. If not, come on down to the chat and tell us what that's like. Chris, thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Don't be sad. Try and get rest. And we will be here tomorrow, so do not worry. Just make sure that you've hit the like button. That'll help you get better faster.
With my client, I would be grateful.
Okay, Madam Clerk, are you able?
Omar Coote.
Okay, thank you, sir. Your attorney's going to ask you some questions, and then Ms. Coote will be able to ask you questions after that. So again, counsel, you can go ahead and begin. Thank you.
Your Honor. Mr. Coote, good afternoon. What is your relationship to the petitioner, Kathy Coote?
She's my ex-wife.
Okay. On September 24th, 2023, around 6:30 p.m., do you recall where you were?
Yes, sir.
Where were you, sir?
I was at home with my daughter, both my daughters and my wife.
Your wife. And your wife's name, sir?
Carrie Coote.
All right. And your daughters?
Christina Coote and Candace Coote.
How old is Candace?
Candace is 2 years old, 2.5.
All right. And Christina?
She's 15.
All right. Did you happen to run into your ex-wife, Miss Kathy Coote, that day?
Yes.
What are the circumstances?
She came to pick up my daughter.
Okay. When she came around 6:30, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And how did you know that she was coming?
She said she was coming to pick up my daughter.
And how did she say? Did she call you? Did she text you?
We were on the phone, and then she said she's going to pick up my daughter. She's going to come and get her.
Okay. All right. So after the phone call, what happened after that?
She came up the driveway to pick up Christina.
All right. And when did you see her? What were you doing?
When she came up to the driveway. We're on the deck, just waiting, and she drove up.
All right, when she drove up, well, what did you do?
I got Christina's bag, and I walked Christina down the step and put the bag in the trunk, and then Christina in the passenger side of the vehicle.
Okay, and had you spoken with Kathy Coote at that point?
She came up to the driveway just yelling and screaming at me, then yelling at my wife and saying witches and warlocks, and so I just
Sorry, what? Sorry. I am paying it. I mean, 1,000 p. I'm paying attention, but did he? I mean, was I lost in another world here? Did he literally just say witches and warlocks? He didn't. I mean, I must have mistaken it. It was my mistake, right? Was that my mistake? I rolled it back. We'll double check. I think I made a mistake. He didn't.
Okay, and had you spoken with Kathy Coote at that point?
She came up to the driveway just yelling and screaming at me, then yelling at my wife and saying witches and warlocks, and so I just went back to the deck and tried to Google to find out what she was talking about. So
I'm sorry, Mr. Coote. When you were walking out of your house, you saw Kathy Coote rather, up your driveway. You're carrying your daughter's luggage, is that right? To the
yes,
car?
sir.
Is that when she gets out of the car and yells at you?
After I put the bag in the vehicle and Christina in the car, she started to yelling and scream.
Okay, and then what did you do?
I walked back up to the deck, and we were just sitting there trying to Google what she was saying and trying to figure out if we could make sense of what she was saying.
What was she saying?
Witches and warlocks, and for my wife to.
Okay, so I mean, okay. We've been going for 3.5 hours, Paisley. So maybe you're just not. Take a sip of ginger ale. Take a moment. Let's take a sip. I mean, he keeps saying witches and warlocks like it means something. What does that mean? All I keep. When my daughter was maybe 6 years old, she I have a video. I'm gonna find it. I swear to God, I'm gonna find it right now. She wrote a song with guitar attached about the fall, and I swear to God, the only words were witches and warlocks. So I'm gonna look for that immediately because every time he says it, all I can think of is because I video recorded her singing it and she was so into it. Oh God, I gotta find it.
Call her because she knows all my secrets and stuff like that. So
Okay. Did your wife, did Carrie say anything in response to that?
no, she did not.
Now, what did you do after she was gone?
She stood in the driveway for a few minutes, and basically Christina came back up after a while, and she was just sitting in the driveway.
Sitting in the driveway in her vehicle? Or?
In her vehicle.
Okay. Doing what?
I have no idea what she was doing.
Was Christina in the car with her?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you do?
We were on the deck, and that's it.
Did you call the police?
After about 10 minutes, I called the police just to get her to move. I was supposed to go to my mom to have dinner that night, and she blocked us, so we couldn't move. So I just called the police.
Okay. And she blocked you. How did she block you?
Her car was behind both her vehicles.
In your driveway?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you're saying about 10 minutes after your daughter in the car, she was still in your driveway blocking your vehicles?
Yes, sir.
And that's when you called the police?
Yes, sir.
And did the police come out and speak to you?
Yes, sir.
All right. What happened?
They spoke to me first, and they spoke to Kathy, and they gave us a police report.
Okay, did he issue an arrest warrant?
No, sir.
Did he take any photographs?
Did the officer take any photographs?
Your knowledge, did he take any photographs of Mrs. Coot?
I'm not quite sure. She was at the bottom of the driveway at that time, so I don't know what they did.
All right, and is there anything else that you wanted to add from that evening?
No, the only thing is my daughter came back up the driveway by herself.
At when?
About the police was getting ready to leave at that point when my daughter came back up and said she forgot something inside the house.
Okay, and did she go inside the house and retrieve something?
Yes, she did. I said, well, go ahead and get it. And when she came back, she was being real friendly with my wife. And she gave her a copy of my ex-wife business card and gave that to my wife and just basically asking my wife to call her. So she sent my daughter, Christina, with her business card to deliver it to my current wife.
And what did you do with that business card?
We ripped it up. My wife gave it to me, and I'm like, oh, this is why Christina was being so friendly. Her mom sent her to give us, get in touch with her. So we just ripped the card up. We didn't even bother telling the officer. We just ripped it up in the driveway.
So to you as her father, it was clear to you that whatever Christina had done, she was put up to, her mother put her up to it.
Exactly.
Gotcha. Thank you. No further questions.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Ms. Kathy Coot, you can go ahead and ask questions at this point if you have questions for him.
I do. Good afternoon, Mr. Coot.
Good afternoon.
On September 24th, 2023, when I came to pick up Christina, who called me?
I'm not quite sure of your question. Who called you? I'm not quite sure.
Before I came to pick up Christina, who called me?
Meaning, who called you in terms of what?
You said earlier that your attorney asked who called because a conversation was had. So who called me prior to me picking up Christina?
I think I called you because Christina asked me to call you.
Okay. So you called me. I didn't call you, correct?
I'm not quite sure. I can't recall. Christina asked me to call you from her phone and you were already on the phone. Or you were on the phone with Christina and she asked me to speak to you. Yes.
Okay, so when I arrived to pick up Christina and you came down the stairs from the deck to bring her luggage, you asked me to do what?
I'm not quite sure what I asked you to do. I think after Christina was in the car, I asked you to leave the driveway.
When you came down the stairs with her luggage, how did the luggage get in the car?
I put the luggage in the car, I believe.
What type of car was Miss Coot driving that day?
You're saying Miss Coot and
Kathy Coot.
Okay.
What type of car was Kathy Coot driving that day?
I think it's a Mercedes, I believe. A two-door Mercedes.
Two-door Mercedes.
Yes,
so if it's a two-door Mercedes, how did the luggage get inside the car?
I think you opened the trunk or opened the passenger side. I'm not quite sure.
You don't remember where you put the luggage?
No, ma'am. I know I put the luggage in the car and then Christina in the passenger side of the vehicle.
So when you asked Miss Coot to pop the trunk of the car, what did Miss Coot tell you?
I'm not quite sure.
Did Ms. Coote tell you that you couldn't put the luggage in the trunk because the trunk was full?
I can't recall that conversation.
So the Lexa, sorry, they're both Miss Coots. One is Ms. Coots and one is Mrs. Coots, as far as I'm aware. He fucked both of them, if we're to understand it correctly. He was originally married to Kathy, the lady in the middle. Now he is married to the other lady, not the lady up there, but another lady that was here. And the fact that they all have the same last name is not helping. It doesn't help the official record and it doesn't help us. But these people are fucking weird. Neither of them seem that concerned about their daughter. Like, why are you even entertaining any of this shit? Is my question.
At that point, did Ms. Coote exit the car, open the car door so she could let the seat back in order to put the luggage in the back seat?
I can't recall, to be honest with you.
When Ms. Coote exited the car and put the luggage in the back seat, what did you say to Ms. Coote?
I can't recall what I said to you. I just asked you to leave the driveway.
Why would you ask Ms. Coote to leave the driveway?
Because my daughter was already in the vehicle and I just wanted you to leave so I can go see my mom and have dinner.
You stated in the police report that you did not hit Ms. Coote.
Never have.
Is that
That's
correct?
correct. Yes, ma'am, never have.
Why would you state that you did not hit Ms. Coote?
Because
If
I never had.
if you simply ask, I'm sorry, if you simply ask Ms. Coote to leave after you put the luggage in the car, why would you tell the police that you didn't hit Ms. Coote?
They asked me, did I hit you? And I told them, no, I did not. And they wrote a police report and they confirmed what I said, what I stated.
Why did you call the police, Mr. Coote?
I think I just didn't want it to be your words against my words. And I wanted to make sure everything was documented just to protect myself. And that was the main reason. I knew it may lead to something else, and I just wanted to be sure I had an officer on the scene and to make sure that she left my driveway and there was no further issues.
And why would you call the police if Ms. Coote simply got out of her car, or you, according to you, she didn't get out of her car, she was just sitting in your driveway? Why would you call the police if you said you went up to the deck and you and your wife was looking up witches and warlocks?
Because you were still sitting in the driveway and I wanted to go have dinner with my mom and you were still blocking both vehicles. After 10 minutes, I said, let me just call the police because I don't want any issues. And I just wanted everything to be documented so I can protect myself and my family.
So in other words, Mr. Coote, you're saying that your daughter and your ex-wife lied and said you put your hands on top of her head and tried to shove her in the car?
I think the police report speaks for itself.
Well, according to the police report, it states that my daughter corroborated.
I think he's the father. Otherwise, why the fuck are you there with him, lady? Just saying that tells me a lot about somebody. When you refer to it as my child as opposed to our child, when you're speaking to the person, that it is their child. Also, for example, and maybe this is just me, but specifically, I still call my daughter's father when I speak to her, daddy. I say, "How's daddy doing? What did he say? How was your day? How was your day at daddy's? What did you do? What did you have?" Like in a non-mean, non-fucked up way. It's just whenever my daughter refers to dad or daddy, I know who that is. I don't need to say his name. I don't need to make it weird. I've been keeping it the same since I was little to now, or since she was little to now. I mean, we were both little in reality. We grew up a lot together, but I mean it. Like, I find it very disconcerting when somebody um, puts barriers like that in place. Neither of these parents, yeah, or instead of say your dad, or instead of say like, yeah, like your dad. Yeah, exactly. Instead of saying how's your dad doing? I'm like, how's daddy? Like, I know who daddy is. It's always her daddy. Like, um, and sometimes she'll even say it to me like my dad. I'm like, girl, I know who your dad is. There ain't no question on my end. You don't gotta you don't gotta quantify that he is your dad. I know it. Like, and we've been divorced for a long time now. But again, we never had any sort of, we did have contention, but together, way away from her and never in front of her, and didn't let it bleed into her, and worked it out. But um, I I I struggle when I see parents like this. Not one of these parents is going, wait a second, our child is involved in this and needs to be the absolute forefront of attention here. And I'm not hearing it from either of them. I'm hearing pettiness from both. And they are like, I don't mind her saying your dad or whatever, but I'm just saying that naturally I've never gotten out of the habit of saying um that. Like, I've never adjusted that when we got divorced. There was never a transition. I've always said it like that. Um Again, I have ADHD. I think that and I also have aphantasia. If you don't know what that means, it means I have no visual imagery in my mind. So my mind works a little bit differently than everybody else's. And I think that does help me in getting past things and being able to really move on in situations, to just sort of start fresh and go forward. And so I'll be honest that when we divorced, I had an easier time than he did. But still, my most important concern was always our daughter. Always. Still is. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. She's a better girl than I ever was. And I've been lucky to be blessed with a kid like her. So lucky.
My story where I said you put your hands on top of my head and try to force me into my car and then poke me with your index finger near my eye.
Okay, that's
So you're
false.
saying the police report you're saying that's false. So you're
Yes,
saying
ma'am.
that your daughter lied.
Yes, ma'am. And the police report speaks for itself. I did nothing to you, and I never have.
In the beginning of the marriage, Omar, did Miss Coop call the police on you at least 4 times?
Yes, you did. And each time the police came out, nothing. There was no cause for arrest because I never put my hand on a woman before, and I never will.
During those times, did the police ask you to leave the property, Mr. Coop?
Yes, ma'am, they sure did. They just said, wait until you calm down and I can return. They said, just go ahead, leave. And maybe when you calm down, I can come back. And that's what I took their advice.
Mr. Coot, you said that Miss Coot drove down to the bottom of the driveway? At what point did she drive down to the bottom of the driveway?
After about 10 minutes, you went down to the bottom of the driveway and you sat there for a few minutes or until at least the police got there.
So you weren't able to move your car after Miss Coot went to the bottom of the driveway? Was she on your property? Was Miss Coot on your property?
Yes,
She was still on your property.
yes,
The barber shop that's down at the bottom of the hill is still your property.
you are still on my property. There's a long driveway and there's an easement that goes up between the two properties. So technically, you are still on my property.
If Miss Coot's car was parked in the driveway of the barber shop, was she still on your property?
I guess technically, no.
Thank you. You indicated that Miss Coot said something about witches and warlocks. Why would she say something about witches and warlocks?
I have no idea.
Did she say that your stepfather was a pedophile? Is that what she was telling your ex-wife?
Objection. This is inappropriate. We're not going to defend.
What? Out of left field there. I've never heard of witches and warlocks being code for that. Wow.
against this.
What is, was this what was said at the time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll allow it if she's alleging that this is what was said prior to the physical altercation. You can repeat your question.
Mr. Coot, did Miss Coot state to your wife that your stepfather was a pedophile?
I have no idea what you stated to her.
But you just said that I said something about witches and warlocks.
Yes, you did say that, yes. And my daughter, Christina,
What is it, Mr. Coot? You said you don't know what I said, but on one hand, you say I said witches and warlocks, but then you say you don't know what I said.
A part of what you said was witches and warlocks. My daughter, Christina, heard you and said to me, Dad, you're not a warlock. Dad, you're not a warlock. And so my daughter was telling me this after you stated it.
After Miss Coot stated that your stepfather was a pedophile, Mr. Coot, what did you do?
I have no idea, nothing at all. That wouldn't be the first time you stated that. So I absolutely did nothing at all.
Mr. Coot, did you leave a letter from your stepfather confessing to being a pedophile? And
Okay,
Mrs.
so I
Coot
don't
home?
know that that's going to be relevant. So again, anything that was said or done on September 24th, I'll hear about that. But again, it needs to be focused on what was said or done on September 24th.
Okay. On September 24th, Mr. Coot, did you, when you brought the suitcase down and Miss Coot exited her car to let the seat back so that the luggage could go in the back seat, did you begin cursing Miss Coot out, calling her bitch,
bitch,
and that you would slap the shit out of her?
Shit.
I don't recall that. I asked you to leave the premises and go home. And I did not put my hands on you.
Mr. Coot, did you say to Kathy Coot that her father, that he killed her father? Did you say that to her?
I can't recall what I stated that day. All I know is I asked you to leave my driveway because we were just wanted to move on, and that's it.
Did you tell Miss Coot that you would slap the SHIT out of her
Shit.
multiple times? And your
No,
wife screaming at the top of her lungs, telling you, no, Omar, stop, Omar, don't do it.
no, ma'am. I think that's your imagination.
I believe those might be your witch or warlock skills.
Your Honor, I have no further questions of Mr. Coot.
Okay. All right, counsel, do you have any redirects?
Thank you, Judge. Defense rests.
Right, so I do have one or two questions. My only question would be, sir, you don't recall why she was refusing to leave the driveway? She didn't say why she was refusing to leave?
No, Your Honor. I can't recall why she was refusing. I had no idea. It was just basically trying to start a fight, and I just tried to avoid it the best that I could.
Okay, anyone, so do you have any follow-up, counsel, based on my one question?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, all right, so Mrs. Coot, you said you wanted to recall your daughter?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you can go retrieve her and have her come back in, and we
Thank
will,
you.
you can,
It'll be brief, Your Honor.
that's fine.
Let me give you a brief overview of my feelings on the subject of recalling your daughter, you dumbass cunt. I think it's dumb, cunt. I'm sorry, but seriously, I'm fucking now mad. She's recalling the child, which means I once again, I'm very lazy. I have to resize this window now. Like, I'm mad. I'm mad about it. Big time. Anyways, can anybody please explain to me the witches and warlocks? Okay. Nobody gave an explanation on that. Who's a witch? Which one's a warlock? Who do I need to worry about? I have a wand. Okay, I didn't get my Harry Potter letter, but I believe that I am a witch. Deep down.
We're back, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so you can just get in the screen as well. And
Can
then
you see me, Your
ask,
Honor?
yes, I can. What is your follow-up questions? You can go in and ask your follow-up questions.
Christina, on the day of September 24th, 2023, the day that this incident took place, did you hear Gary Coot say anything to Omar Coot?
Yes, ma'am. I heard Miss Carrie Coot say, you know, no Omar, no Omar, no Omar, no Omar, stop. Well, not stop, but just no Omar.
So that's what you recall
Hearing. Yes, ma'am.
When Omar came down the stairs with the luggage, and what did he ask your mother to do? Do you recall?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Did your mother at any time when he came down the stairs with the luggage, did she get out of the car?
I can't remember that either.
You don't recall when your mother got out of the car?
Well, I recall my mama got out of the car when I came downstairs and toward her vehicle.
This makes me a little bit sick, to be honest.
Okay. Do you recall what Mr. Coot was saying to your mother?
Yes, ma'am. He was in a fit of fury and rage, saying basically that he was gotta beat my.
Oh, we've added. You guys, we've added. It's not just a fit of rage now. This is now a fit of fury and rage. Said no child at that age ever. Wow. She is allowed to lead on redirect, Lizette, because this is a redirect as opposed to direct examination. So she is allowed to be leading or asking leading questions. However, they should be contained to what he questioned her about as opposed to starting other types of lines of evidence, because at this point the original direct examination has been complete. But I do believe on redirect she is able to ask more leading questions. I could be wrong, but I honestly see that this is the way she's referring to herself, the way that she's coached her daughter to understand that when I say Mrs. Coots or Miss Coots, I'm talking about me. It's fucking weird. Or when did Mr. Coots, why wouldn't you say your dad? Like, it's a very odd juxtaposition that she is putting herself in here and the child, you know?
Saying to your mother?
Yes, ma'am. He was in a fit of fury and rage, saying basically that he was gotta beat my mother's ASS
Ass.
and uh, and he and attempted to raise his hand and not try, but it seemed as though he was about to slap my mom, but he didn't.
Did Mr. Coot at any time during the incident say that he was getting ready or he could not leave his home to go to his mother's house?
I can't remember that.
After your mother called the police, what did she do?
She, me and her waited inside her car, and we waited for the police to come then.
Did she move her car?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did she move her car?
She moved her car down. Well, when the police came, she moved her car down the barber shop.
Was that before the police came?
This is my taco salad that I made earlier that I'm finally eating. It is Taco Tuesday, and I made a taco salad, and I'm so fucking glad I'm eating it right now. It has a little bit of taco meat in it, onions, lettuce, tomato, black beans, cheese, tortilla chips. I feel like sour cream, salsa, and love, because I made it.
That was before.
So your mother moved her car before the police got there?
Yes.
About how long after your mother called the police did she move her car? Do you remember?
No, ma'am.
Was it a long time or a short time
It was a long period.
before she moved her car?
I believe so. I would say I couldn't recall.
She doesn't know the right answer, Mom. She's reading to
But
find
after
out.
she called the police, she moved her car, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I can't hear that for some reason. Why can't I eat that? Or can I read it? I gotta turn. Oh, did I just turn? Are these off? They can't be. Hold on. Seriously, I saw it playing, but now I'm connected. Thank you. I will try mango salsa. I love new recipes. I love trying different things. Hopefully in the new year we'll be doing more kitchen streams. We originally started in the kitchen, but my family, who actually exist. And I want you to understand I say that the same way that I say to them, these people that I hang out with every day online, and yes, they actually exist. They're real people. Um, they are sort of sick of me standing in the kitchen yelling at the TV about court. So I have sequestered myself to a studio. I'm not in the kitchen as much anymore, but I hope to be in the New Year's, and I love making fun new recipes. So if you haven't yet joined the Discord, it's linked up at the top. Go in there. There's a place to post recipes. Let's see if this worked when I fixed the headphones. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. I think it did.
That's all I have for her, Your Honor.
Okay, any cross from the defense or from, yes, defense counsel?
Were you reading off that piece of paper when you were answering those questions?
No, sir.
What do you have in front of you?
Oh my God, sir, I'm gonna choke. I'm eating a taco salad. And you're gonna ask fire questions like that without any fucking warning? Oh my God. Whoa.
Okay, any cross from the defense or from, yes, defense counsel?
Were you reading off that piece of paper when you were answering those questions?
No, sir.
What do you have in front of you?
I don't really know
Pick
what
it
it
up and
is.
show it to her.
Okay.
Turn around.
Okay.
Just turn around.
Just this paper right here.
All right. Let me ask you, before today, did you practice what you were going to say today?
No, sir.
You didn't? You never spoke about it with your mom?
We spoke about it, but I just recall the events in my head, what happened, what took place.
Okay. So before tonight, you and your mom never discussed anything that happened.
Right.
She didn't prepare you for this hearing?
No, sir. She didn't prepare this. She didn't prepare me for this hearing.
All right. No further questions. Thank you.
I only have one or two questions. Christina, when is the last time that you went over to your dad's house?
Just today when the incident happened.
And have you, go ahead.
As I was saying, that was the last day.
Have you spoken to him since that occurred?
I mean, he's tried calling me. And he's tried texting me also. There was an instance where I was allowed to speak to him. I can't remember when that was, but he was at my grandmother's house with him and Carrie and my little baby sister. And I had talked to him via WhatsApp. And that was really the last time, that was the last time when I was allowed then. And then when
Would you let me ask this, would you like to be able to see your father, or would you rather not have to go back over to the house?
I would love to see my father more than anything. I miss my baby sister so much.
Yeah. That makes me really sad. This little girl doesn't want to lie. That's really hard. If this I've told you guys before, I had a mommy group. We had lots of moms that came and sat and talked to me about lots of things. And if she came up to me and talked to me about this, and I saw this, I don't know how you would talk somebody out of it. This is so, so sad. This is beyond necessary. Please remember, this is not a criminal proceeding. This is a civil proceeding where the mom is looking for an arrest warrant against the father because of an incident that the police already deemed to be not worthwhile of an arrest warrant. I find this reprehensible, to be honest. I feel this child is going to be talking about this in therapy for a long time, and I hope she gets into it soon. That's what I would say.
Would you want to see your baby sister and your dad, or would you want to just see your baby sister if there was a way to see her without having to go over to the house?
I would love to see both.
Your Honor, I believe she said, I would love to see my father. That was pretty clear.
I said I would love to see both.
Right.
And let me ask one last question for you. Do you have any idea, has anyone told you anything about when you might be able to see either of them again?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and that makes you sad?
Yes, ma'am, deeply.
Okay, I'm gonna let the attorney ask a few more questions if he has any, and then I'll let your mom ask a few more questions, and then I'll be done, okay?
Yes.
Christina, just a couple questions. Who decides whether or not you're allowed to speak with your father?
Well, I believe for the judge right now, when this didn't happen, I was free to speak to him whenever.
I'm sorry, who told you you couldn't speak to your father?
Well, for right now, my mom told me I wasn't allowed to speak to him, but back then when this never occurred, I was allowed to speak to him whenever.
Okay. But your mom says you're not allowed to speak with him, but then she lets you speak with him at a family event, right?
No, sir.
Oh, you text him briefly, I think it was WhatsApp, is that right?
Yes, sir. That was back then when none of this started.
That's when your mom allowed you to speak to your father.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so now your mom won't allow you to speak to him. Is that right?
Well, I'm not allowed to. Yes. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Coote, do you have any questions for her?
Yes, Your Honor.
You can go ahead.
Christina.
Before you do, let me just tell you, ma'am, anything you do is going to make this worse. I'm already pissed off at you. I'm actually literally rolling a joint right now to calm down. I am livid. I am disappointed. As from mother to mother, woman to woman, person to person, be a bigger person. Grow. Remove yourself from this petty bullshit and raise your daughter in grace and kindness as opposed to this. And again, I say this saying if somebody ever that I feature on this channel that I railroad into about what they've done in court wants to come on and explain what they've done, you're welcome. All it takes is one click and you can be on the show and explain yourself because I'm calling you out. This is shitty parenting on both of them. And it's shitty judging too. The judge shouldn't be allowing it on.
Does your mother have a protective order against your father?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the reason why you're not allowed to speak with your father?
Yes, ma'am.
When one of the protective orders was dismissed, did your mother allow you to call your father and speak to him?
Yes, ma'am.
And after the order was put back in place, did your mother tell you that there's a protective order and you can't speak to him at that point?
Yes,
Your
ma'am.
objection, this is all leading, and there's no evidence of an order, a TPO, a permanent PPO, none of that. I object to that entire line of questioning.
I have
What
What I
evidence.
would, let me do this.
I have evidence of a TPO. Your
Hold
Honor.
on one second. Well, let's not talk over me because that's going to be a very quick way for all parties to not be in a good place.
Sorry, Your Honor.
No, that's okay. What I would like to do is do a voir dire by myself with Christina. So Mom, if you don't mind going into another area in the house where you can't see or hear what's going on, I'm going to put her in an electronic room where it's just me and her and it's not being recorded, just so I can talk to her. So if you don't mind just going out somewhere where you can't hear what's going on. And Madam Clerk, can you place me and Christina in a private breakout room, please?
I can, Judge, in one moment.
Okay. So Christina, there's going to be something that pops up on your screen that says accept or join. So you and I can go talk to each other. Can you press join so you can go into the room? Do you see it pop up on your screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, press join and then you and I can go somewhere we can talk.
All right, Judge heard me. She took her into a voir dire, which is a personal session, unrecorded between the judge and her. Let's get us to the next part of this. Oh, that was frustrating. I'm so glad she did that. Oh, wow. She's talking with her for a long time. Here we go.
In place
Okay.
with the time that's for them is danger from her
Judge,
father.
come on. Judge, wait. Come on.
Is it dearly
Can you just start at the beginning?
require her to have to come back and of you? My let's see what I'm going to do. Counsel, I'm going to wait and see if Miss Coote is, when she gets back, I'm going to give some remarks. So you can go get your mom. So just one moment while we wait for her to return. Okay, so Miss Coote, I see that you're back. Okay, so Miss Coote, I have a couple of things.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. So again, you can tell me no. Obviously, it's within your purview to do that. But what I always do in cases like this, I started off with family law, right? Whenever my first legal job back whenever the 1990 somethings, right, was with a firm that did mostly family law. And so what I've always found with cases like this, where the witness is a child, there is a taxing on that child. So again, I don't go into guilt or innocence whenever I talk to them. I just try to get a view of whether or not I think that they're believable and they understand what's going on and what their feelings are. And so without, of course, revealing anything that, was said in confidence with her, you both did an amazing job because she's obviously brilliant and she's obviously kind, and she obviously cares deeply about both of you and loves both of you. And so again, I cannot require that you talk to one another to see if there's anything that can be done that would not require her to have to come back and testify multiple times in front of multiple different people, some of whom will not have the bedside banner, let's call it, that I would have with her. But if y'all are able to talk, and see if there's anything that can be done, whether that's payment of medical bills, agreements to stay away and not communicate with one another. I would like for you guys, if you don't mind, to try one last time to talk with all parties involved, and maybe with just keeping her at the forefront. Again, everybody has a right to do whatever they want to do, and I'm not going to, it's not going to sway my decision making one way or the other based on what the outcome is. But I just believe, and I know both of you obviously, because I've been reading your facial expressions and body language this entire time, especially whenever she's around. So again, from what she tells me and from what I can see visibly from both of you and from my 25 years of being immersed in this type of world, I know both of you love her dearly. And I know both of you care about her well-being above all. So what I would ask is that you try to talk to one another to see if there's anything that can or cannot be done. And Ms. Coots, if you don't mind, if you would be able to let the attorney know, because I don't know the status of the TPOs or permanent restraining orders, whatever it may be, if you can just let him know that so we can know if there's even any type of workaround with those that would allow communication that does not involve you, or visitation maybe that does not involve you, so that you don't have to be put in harm's way anymore. And Ms. Coot, let me ask this: would you prefer to talk to the attorney without Mr. Coot present, or are you fine with Mr. Coot being present?
I'm fine with Mr. Coot being present. It doesn't matter, Your Honor.
Okay, perfect. So if you guys
But
will,
I just wanted to say my child's well-being and safety has been my concern always.
Now, I know both of you do that. And again, I let her know that because, again, I can tell from both of you that you do care about her. But again, I've done these types of cases for forever. And I know that in spite of us having incredible love, undying, go into the fire type love for our children, that situations can come into play that there are two variables, right? Like you have to weigh your safety and you also have to weigh her best interest. And I understand that. So again, by no means am I suggesting what you ought to do and what you ought to agree to. I'm just saying, based on what I've been able to tell of her, again, I'm not the family judge in this case, but I don't think that she would be in danger from her father. I could be wrong, but I don't get that sense. And I also get the sense that she loves both of you and she would be happier in a world where she gets to have access to the two of you. So if there's any way that that can happen, that doesn't put your safety at risk, because again, your safety is paramount and important too, I would just like for you guys to talk to see if there's anything that can be done. And again, like I said, what we typically will do is there can be agreements where someone agrees to stay away, or someone agrees not to call, someone agrees not to have any communication whatsoever, someone agrees to go to a police station every time that they want to pick up a child, or even not even being able to pick the child up themselves, having to send a family member or a representative to come get the child for them so that there's never any type of communication. Getting the child a cell phone so that there's no contact with a main number. Allowing there to be specific hours, like between the hours of 5 p.m. and 9 p.m., that a cell phone that only belongs to the child can be contacted. Again, there are a million.
She has her own cell phone, Your Honor.
Perfect. And so there are workarounds, as long as there isn't a protective order that a different judge signed that says that they can't be. Otherwise, I can't alter some other judge's order. They would be the only one that could alter their order. That's why I said I would like for you to talk about whatever order's in place with the attorney. But if there's any type,
Lexa, you're right, except that it's actually called Our Family Wizard, hashtag not a sponsor yet, because I will tell you that I want to make Our Family Wizard a sponsor of the channel. I have a whole campaign that's already thought out in my mind. But here's the thing, guys. We've been going now for 4.5 hours. There is another literal half of this hearing left, and it's a whole nother set of hearings. Plus, we're going to find out what happens with these people. Will they finally decide and agree to make a decision for their daughter, or will they have to come back before the judge to see more? Tonight, we're going to call it here. These people are going to go off into a proverbial breakout room, and we will be back tomorrow. I will remind you that the Discord link is posted at the top of the chat. If you aren't already subscribed, please make sure that you have subscribed. And remember that I love you, I'm proud of you, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye. And if you're new here, thank you. We do it every single day, sometimes longer than this. I think my longest stream on this channel has been almost 9 hours. And if seriously, the Discord's posted at the top. It's pinned. I can repost it though, but it should be pinned at the top of the chat. And I'm in there. I post every single day pretty much. So I appreciate all of you. I love you. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Bye.